All right, if my colleagues would join me, please.
That'd be terrible if we don't have a meeting.
It would really suck. Excuse my French.
City clerk, did you speak to them? Are they coming or are we not having a meeting?
We're having a meeting.
Are we gonna have a meeting without a quorum?
We have a quorum. Oh, there's a resolution. Do you want the
Show me-
Jenny?
show me.
You'll say it on.
Well,
I'll say it.
where do we have a forum?
Show me the
We
quorum.
have quasi,
I'm not,
do you want your Jenny's now, or would you rather say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, write it down?
I don't remember the names, though. All right, I'd like to call the 6 o'clock commission meeting of October 17th to order, please. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Florimon. Commissioner Jean. Here. Commissioner Joseph. Commissioner Smith. Present. Commissioner Smuckler.
present.
Acting Mayor Jay Chernoff.
Present. We do not have a quorum.
Not at this
I
time.
apologize to everybody for not having a quorum, but if I can get the portable mic, because we did have one more presentation that we forgot to do. So is there a portable mic? We can do that?
Doing this one? This
Around, yeah.
Where is he? Where is he?
Where is Mr. Alan Rosenthal?
Check, check.
There he is. He was behind Mubarak. Come on, guys.
Alan, please come up here. So many of you are aware that every February we have a heart health walk. Tricia, you are part of the Commission on Status of Women, so please come up. So every February we have a heart health walk, and we like to acknowledge our sponsors. You gave a beautiful donation to the Heart Health Walk back at the beginning of the year, and I've been holding this since the beginning of the year, hoping to see you, and I kept on forgetting to call you, but you saved me the dime. You're here today. Thank you so much for being part of the 2023 Commission on Status of Women Heart Health Walk. We really appreciate the help that you gave us. Thank you.
We really appreciate you guys. And we thank you all very much, and we are happy to do this, and I forgot all about it. But that's
So did I.
thank you. It's always nice to be here. And
Mr.
It's nice to be well
Rosenthal's a big
treated.
part of our city
yes,
for
thank you.
many,
very
many
much.
years.
About 60, yes.
Who's counting?
But who's counting?
So you started when you were 5.
Yes.
Okay.
yes,
The
yes,
worst
yes.
part is I remember when you started, so that makes it
Arthur
bad.
Snyder was here,
That's great.
right?
And here's the case. Where's the box?
Right here.
Oh, so you can carry it in here.
Wait, Patrick will do a picture
Okay, we're
first.
going to take a picture.
We'll put
Sounds
the
good.
microphone.
Yes, put it up. There you go.
It's not too heavy, I'd be so tired. Oh, yeah.
That was his speech, he saved us all.
Thank you. It's so nice, thank you.
Everybody's good, Alan?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Everybody's good, you're fine, everybody's good.
What does this belong to?
Thank you all very much. I promise to let you look at it.
Mr. Attorney, can we do the invocation and the pledge and all that if we don't have a quorum?
You can do anything that's not
You can do anything and you can discuss anything, but you cannot take any official action.
Okay, so let's start doing what we can.
So the invocation.
I'm gonna undo my.
Andres, who do we have for the invocation?
Oh, Jeb, you did roll call.
Acting Mayor, we have our police chaplain, Rabbi Mark Rosenberg, here with us today.
Excellent. Come on up, Rabbi.
Hear me? It's working? Okay. If you could please rise, if you don't mind, for the invocation, would be great. Thank you. Merciful Father, bless this great city of North Miami Beach and those who dedicate themselves to its service. Watch over its commissioners, its mayor, city managers, and all of its elected officials and its many members of law enforcement, and keep its residents safe. Heavenly Father, we open our hearts to you in prayer during this challenging time. Our world has been shattered by those who are filled with hate and seek nothing less than the total destruction of innocent people. While we may be physically present here in North Miami Beach, our thoughts and our prayers are with our brethren in Israel, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with them in their hour of need. Dear God, bring an end to the unimaginable suffering that we have seen. Comfort the hundreds who's lost loved ones, and they were savagely and brutally murdered. Spread wings of heavenly protection over the hostages and return them safely home to their families. Send your angels of mercy to safeguard the IDF soldiers who stand ready today, tomorrow, and every day to give their lives to protect the state of Israel and its residents. Even as we find ourselves in turmoil and surrounded by uncertainty, we stand before you today united in the face of unimaginable evil, confident in the knowledge that you will never forsake us. Empower our brave defenders with the strength and give them the vision, wisdom, and fortitude that they need to emerge victorious. Deliver justice to those who rejoice in spilling innocent blood, and put a permanent end to the reign of terror and brutality. In closing, we ask you to restore peace to Israel and shower it with tranquility and harmony, keeping it safe of all eternity. Wipe away our tears and bless us with helping and the courage to forge ahead. You are our rock, our stronghold, and our Savior. And we put our trust in you, dear God, knowing that your kindness is forever and that you will never abandon those who are faithful to you. Am Yisrael Chai, and let us say amen.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. Everybody would please stay standing and join me in the Pledge of Flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Requests for deferments, withdrawals, additions to the agenda. Andres, where did Andres go? You handling it?
No, he had to step away from.
Yeah, we can do public comments. Let's open the floor to public comments. But Andres can you do the clock? I wanted to implore my colleagues that we would end the meeting early, but I didn't expect this early tonight. All right, let's open it up for citizens who want to speak on any subject they want to talk to us about. Come on forward. Who wants to be first? There you go.
Kyle Gibson, newly appointed senior pastor, Gibbs Chapel African Methodist Episcopal Church. Just coming, this is my first meeting here, just relocating to the area here, getting acclimated, getting civically active, and just coming to do an introduction to the city. Don't have much to say there, but you will probably be hearing from me more in the next coming weeks and months. And I'm enjoying North Miami Beach so far.
Welcome, welcome.
God bless you.
Miss Barbara Kramer.
Now it's working. Good evening, Barbara Kramer. I just really wanted to come up and thank our stellar police department for all that they've done since this tragic, barbaric atrocity that occurred past Saturday. And I know one of the rabbis reached out to me, and like that, they were in touch with him to get proper protection. We've got a lot of synagogues here. We have a lot of religious schools here, and a lot of restaurants and businesses that cater to the Jewish community. And they really did feel, I wouldn't say totally at ease, but definitely protected with our police department serving them. So I just wanted to give a shout out to our police department, our Chief Harvette Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, we do have a quorum. Commissioner Joseph is here. And Commissioner Flourmont. Thank you guys for showing up. All right, we are going to go out of order right now. Fortuna, would you please introduce?
He's not here yet.
Oh, I thought he was here.
No.
I'm sorry. All right, continue with the citizens.
No requests, how about requests for withdrawals?
No, I mean, since we opened it up to citizens, let's finish it now. Any other citizens that want to give their?
Is there like amendments or requirements or anything?
We'll get to them.
I'd like to hear that first, please.
Okay, unfortunately, I'm chairing, so we're going to do it the other way. Citizens, is there any citizens that would like to speak?
Acting Mayor, Commissioners, residents, staff. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. During many campaigns, we were told of many promises, and after getting into office, most of us are taken for granted. Like right now, half the commission not even paying attention to me. That is how we're taken for granted. And I can promise you, this election coming up December is going to be a December to remember. Because I'm going to remember everything what candidates tell us before they get into office. And I remember some candidates before and after, they were saying they were going to insource a lot of things. And that is not happening. If it is happening, that would beat, the turtle would beat that. And the turtle is a slow animal, or the tortoise. Tortoise, very slow, land animal. And I'm not going to take my work coming up this December for granted either. I noticed at the last meeting, we were talking about the community development director and the city manager. He promised, no, we're going to still continue to outsource. I do not like to hear that. I asked the city manager on several questions, how we're going to be funding the $8 million shortfall in the police pension. I was ignored. And many other questions, totally ignored. We do not like that. Yes, I sent it to yourself, and I sent it to all the commissioners and the acting mayor. I was taken for granted. But this election coming up, December, is going to be a December to remember. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes. Rabbi Ariel Yeshon. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it.
Thank you for coming, Rabbi.
Thank you for
Thank you.
for inviting me. I just want to say a few words to the commissioners and the acting mayor about the police force in North Miami Beach. You're all following the events, the unfolding events that...
Respectfully, Rabbi, can you state your name for the
Yes,
record?
Ariel Yeshurun, Skylake Synagogue.
And he's not under the 3 minutes.
He's here to give, he was invited to speak.
He was invited to come.
Noted. Thank you.
So with your permission, you're all following the events, the horrific events which unfolded in Israel, and the threats that were made by Hamas leaders around the world, targeting both Western countries and Jewish people around the globe. And as a synagogue and as a rabbi, we are vulnerable. The Jewish community is vulnerable, and I must commend the police force here in North Miami Beach, Chief Smith, Deputy Chief Camacho, Officer Wilson, and all the team that really came to our aid, came together, asked us, reached out to ask for our needs, and have really been there supportive beyond what we can really expect. It was an incredible show of support. Not a day goes by when they don't reach out to ask if we have enough officers, enough security. They even sent a bomb squad with the canines to do a sweep in the synagogue. And really, they've been extraordinary, going out of their way to make sure that we are safe, knowing that the situation is very fluid and we're very, very vulnerable. And I wanted to thank the NMB PD for all the work and all the love and all the dedication. It really means a lot to the Jewish community that you are standing behind us and making us feel safe and secure in these uncertain times.
Rabbi, if I may, Mayor. Rabbi, are you still collecting for Israel? And if so, please tell the public what you want them to bring besides checks, besides money, and how they bring it to you in the hours.
So we are still collecting.
The address.
The military campaign is ongoing, and we are in for the long haul. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be collected and distributed in Israel. We are working with a few global relief organizations. We are collecting it at Skylake Synagogue. We are then sorting, then packaging, labeling, and trucking it to Doral, where these items are put on planes and they are delivered in Israel, and they are then distributed to both civilians who were affected by the massacre and to IDF soldiers who are in need of these provisions. We are gathering humanitarian items as well as what is legally allowed us to gather as far as tactical military grade gear, and we are then sending it off to Israel. We open from 8 in the morning until 6 p.m. You can show up and volunteer whenever you want. There's a list that we publish on social media. You can find it on the synagogue's Facebook, Skylake Synagogue. It's a long list of items that are necessary. We update the list once every day. And we have received an outpouring of support, by the way, not only from the Jewish community. I've seen people walk in from various communities. We had Christian groups who came, and we had Christian pastors who stopped by to support us. We had people coming from all walks of life, of all distinctions, standing with us, standing with Israel, standing with the Jewish community. And I think that's a tribute to the great work that you people are doing with our city, for our city, and that is really where we feel that love and that special bond that we have with the rest of the community here in North Miami Beach.
And the address, please. It's
1850
right here in North Miami Beach.
1850 Northeast 183rd Street. It's right at the entrance to North Miami Beach off of Miami Gardens Drive.
So thank you, Rabbi. We were communicating earlier today, and I already committed myself to volunteering there, and I'm committing the rest of my commissioners too.
It would be wonderful if you can
To
come.
volunteering there. I'm going to quickly read the list of what you send me that you need. Cat tourniquets, G-Shock watches, camelbacks or hydration bags, black cello tape, black static rope, medications, ibuprofen, acetaminophen, Benadryl, Neosporin, adult new raincoats, kosher canned food, sleeping bags, black, gray, dark green, blankets new, kosher cereal bars, gauze rolls and Band-Aids, Leukoplast for minor cuts, blister plasters, tents for 6 people, charging blocks, green fleece, medium and large, scarf, army green new, beanies green new, neck warmers with or without hood green, knee pads, flashlight, thermal underwear, small kids toys, protein bars, kosher snacks, and urgent survival kits you can purchase by donating, and there's information that you can give him, and those are $100 each, and there's an Amazon link. So thank you so much, and whoever can give any of that time or give their time or give any of these, please send them to the Sky Lake Shore.
Thank you, and once again, a thank you to the NMB PD. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for citizens that would like to speak?
Irene King Allen.
Well, I feel intimidated behind him, but with my small request. Okay, my name is Irene King Allen. I reside at 181 Northeast 212 Terrace, Miami, Florida, 33179. I'm here this evening. First, I do give honor to each and every one of you in your respective places. I'm here to represent the Voters Council, the Washington Park community at large, the New St. Mary's Missionary Baptist Church in North Miami Beach. I am a product of Washington Park, and I'm representing myself too, from being a longstanding member there, resident there. I stand before you this evening. I don't know where to start because most of my questions were already answered before I got here today. But I want to thank you all for putting the annual Heritage Day funds back in the Parks Department. You may not understand why that was so important to us, but it was, and I thank you. Also, I want to go further and thank Commissioner Smuggler, Commissioner Jean, Scott, Assistant City Manager David Scott. I want to thank you all for responding to my email that I sent out to each of you this morning. That meant a lot to me. And what I would like to request is that you all, if you can bring item 11.11 up a little earlier than 12 o'clock midnight, because it's next to the last item on the agenda. And it's not that we think that our item is more important than anyone's item or that we're privileged or we're entitled. It's not any of that at all. It's just a mere fact that this item is relative to the renovations at the Washington Park Community Center, the park itself and surrounding areas. And this has, let me tell you all, we have been discussing this ever since I was a preteen. I'm 63 years old now. There are so many people who fought for a state-of-the-art community center, renovations at that park and surrounding area, and they are dead and gone. I don't want to be dead and gone when something is actually done at this park that we feel is deserving. It's not that we think that we're better than anyone. It's just now is the time. I want to thank Commissioner Michael Joseph, who, since he's been elected, he has done a lot. He has taken this project on as his baby. He has done a lot for us, in addition to what has already been done. I want to thank you all in advance for what you're going to do to make sure that this happens before I'm laid in my grave. And I do believe it is going to happen. And shout out to my cleric here, Andres. That's my girl. I forgot to honor you, but I honor you too. We on 3 minutes? Okay, I'm sorry I came in late. I thought we were doing something special. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Acting Mayor, that was the last signed speaker.
Thank you. All right, let's move back to the regular order of business. Requests for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda.
I'd like to pull 9.10 out of the consent agenda, please.
May I proceed?
Well, I wanted to make mention of a request that I made to the clerk.
I'm pulling the item, sir.
Sorry?
I'm going to be pulling item 9.3 to be deferred, actually.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Under the consent agenda, item 9.4, Resolution 2023-95, is titled City Commission Meeting Dates for the 2024 calendar year. The resolution states that there will be an alternative date for December 26, 2024. However, that date is going to be removed. We're not going to have an, well, I'm proposing that we do not have an alternative meeting date for December of 2024.
Why don't we just pull it from the consent agenda and when we get to it? And it's in the consent agenda, she's changing it. So we need to pull it from the consent agenda.
I'm just making an error, a Scrivener error. I'm just correcting it. The dates are all fine. It's just that it's just too close to the holidays, and it's been brought to my attention, so I'm just going to have that alternate date removed.
It's the alternate date.
Okay.
So she's just removing it because it's
That's fine.
December 26th.
Okay.
That's it.
Anything else?
Yes. The clerk's office is requesting to have item 9.3 titled Public Budget Hearing Minutes of September 27, 2023. That's going to be deferred. Some clarification needs to be made on our part. Per the request of City Manager Diaz, item 11.12, resolution number 2023-110, titled Supporting Israel and Condemning Hamas, will be moved up to be heard at the time of their arrival. Per the request of City Manager Mario Diaz, item 11.5, resolution number 2023-59, will be moved up to be heard after the consent agenda. Per the request of City Manager Diaz, item 15.1, titled Business Tax Receipt Fees, will be moved up to be heard as item 12.2 under Business Tax Receipt. Per the request of City Manager Mario Diaz, item 17.2, titled PFAS Litigation, that will be moved up to be heard right after the consent agenda. Per the request of Commissioner Michael Joseph, a discussion item will be added entitled Washington Park Project. And per Commissioner Smith, item 9.10 will be pulled.
No, move to the,
Will be moved? You're pulling it, right?
from consent.
Yes, from consent.
And where are you moving 12.1?
Two.
Moving 12.2? What's 12.2?
It was 15.1 and 12.2.
There is no 12.2.
There will be a 12.2. 15.1 will be moved and now called 12.2. It'll be under business tax receipts.
Then I would like to move 12.1 also up to the beginning of the agenda.
Which one?
12.1, business tax receipt.
So if 12.1 is moved up, then that will coincide with 15.1. You understand? When you say moved up, where would you like to place it, sir?
To the beginning of the agenda.
What part? Respectfully.
Right before the consent agenda.
Commissioner Shannon? Florimon, excuse me.
Did we move 11.11?
No.
Okay. So per the request of our residents, I want to move that item. I don't want to say to the beginning of the agenda because everything is being moved up to the beginning, right? So
Beginning of
better time.
legislation?
I'm not sure what item we can move it to, but
Would you like it to be heard as the first item under legislation? Is that okay?
sure, that's fine. That's fine.
And I would like to just say for clarification purposes, when the Israeli consulate, deputy consulate of Israel arrives, he's on a limited time frame. So at that point, if we could just pause what we're doing and proceed with the resolution for Israel and then continue on after that, if that's okay with everyone.
Okay.
Just to clarify, I think 11.1 and my discussion, I'm kind of synonymous, so.
11.1 or 11.11?
Yeah, 11.11. So if it is, then I will, the Washington Park project.
Yes.
So I think if the manager is going to be discussing that specifically in that subsection or in that part of the agenda specifically, or does it need to have its own subsection?
The overall resolution isn't addressing any specific project, but we can talk about it if you'd like, sir.
Yeah, that I want to have that part of the discussion. Okay. Thank you.
And also, there was someone else who wanted to speak about solidarity.
Correct. We do have a rabbi here to speak with regards to solidarity. I know the overall intent was to wait for the deputy consulate to be here, but he does have service at 11. At 7.
7, yeah. So the deputy counsel was supposed to be here at 6:15, but he informed me that he's running late at 6:40. So, and he can't wait. So I don't know if it's okay with you all if we hear him speak now.
I think we should. If he's got to leave, we have to accommodate.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes.
Thank you.
Okay, so where,
Mario?
call them up?
Mr. Mayor, could I add a discussion item real fast? Also, if we ever get time for it. I'd like to just have a discussion item of quasi-judicial presentations, when to have them. Because I don't see how we can get through the whole agenda and the speakers and our quasi-judicial. So I'd like to have a discussion, please, tonight if we have time.
Mr. Manager, you calling them up?
That would be neat. We should vote on it.
Can we be specific about when we have that discussion? Because the consent and everything was just approved. So are we able to take that on another time? Or do you want that tonight? Because I don't know that we'll have time.
Just a discussion item, and I don't think we're going to get to any of them tonight, so I'm fine.
Okay, thank you.
If we get to them, I would like it to be added.
Okay.
Congregation Mikdash Miller, please come up. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. It's an honor to be here. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, Attorney, Clerk, City Manager, and everyone here who serves the city. I want to introduce myself. My name is Rabbi Noah Peled. Our synagogue is really in the Jewish epicenter of North Miami Beach on Northeast 10th Avenue. And there are a multitude of Orthodox synagogues all in the same area there, hundreds and hundreds of Jewish families that celebrate the Sabbath, celebrate the Jewish way of life. We have schools, yeshivas, daycares, everything in that neighborhood. Of course, everything extends out of that epicenter, but that's certainly the focal point for most of the Orthodox families in the area. And first and foremost, I want to repeat what Rabbi Yeshurun said earlier, thanking the police force, because we see such a presence in our neighborhood. I mean, it's really, I couldn't have asked for anything more than that. And I want to really express, as a representative of the multiple synagogues there and the other rabbis in the neighborhood, I want to express my appreciation for everything that's been going on in the past week plus, the safety that the men and the women and children of North Miami Beach Jewish community feel as a result of the police presence is something that money can't buy, and no one can trade that in for anything. When we walk to our synagogues on Saturday, and the children are playing outside, and even every weekday, when the kids are going to school, and the carpool, and the drop-off, and the pickup, and the prayer services that go on daily in the morning and in the evening, and multiple synagogues, and we see the police presence, and we know that we are being cared for by the city of North Miami Beach. We know that we are being cared for. My immediate family lives in Israel. I lived in Israel 20 plus years of my life. My parents are there, my siblings are there, all of my aunts and uncles and first cousins, countless first cousins. I have nephews and nieces and multiple second and third cousins that are serving in the army. My mother just informed me yesterday that a number of our neighbors, their kids were unfortunately killed in service last week. And we're going through a very, very hard time. The comfort that we have here in North Miami Beach, knowing that the city has our back so that we can do nothing more than just continue to live a peaceful life. We can continue to live in the way that we feel comfortable, the way that any normal person would want to. And we know that there's a wonderful group of serious, dedicated people here in the office who's looking out and wanting to do what's right. The Bible tells us in this week's Torah portion that the world was destroyed in a flood. Yes, my first name is Noah, so I take this very personally. The world was destroyed in a flood because of corruption. Humanity became corrupt, and God put an end to it and restarted. And knowing that the city, the representatives, and the police are taking care of the people and doing what the people need is the total opposite of what caused the destruction that time. It's what gives a pleasant countenance from heaven to us all. And again, I express my appreciation to every single one of you and to the police force, to the presence, to the security teams, to everybody who's involved in making sure that we're being looked after. And I will share with the other representatives, the other rabbis in the neighborhood, how I was received here, and I appreciate every bit of your help very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just if there's any questions, I'm happy to try and answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our prayers to your Israel, your neighbors, and all the people over there that are suffering. Thank you.
Okay, announcements. Chief Communication Officer David Janae.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is David Janot, Chief Communications Officer for the City of North Miami Beach. I just want to
start off with an important announcement on upcoming changes to Miami-Dade County's transit routes. Effective November 13th, the Miami-Dade County Transit will modify routes in the city. For detailed information, please visit miamidade.gov/transit. Now remember, the city of NMB offers convenient trolley service and freebie for your commuting needs. Okay, go ahead and play the video, please.
Hello, NMB residents. My name is Andres Bernard, your city clerk of the city of North Miami Beach, reminding you that your vote counts. Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. will be the special election for seat 1, mayor. The deadline to register for the special election is Monday, November 6th. If you choose to vote by mail, the deadline to request a vote by mail ballot is on Thursday, November 23rd. You can make the request online at miamidade.gov/elections. You can also call 305-499-8683 or go to the Miami-Dade County Elections Department. For voting locations in the city of North Miami Beach, check your voter's registration card. You can also call the office of the city clerk at 305-787-6001 or go online by visiting miamidade.gov/elections. Remember, NMB, voting is power. Exercise your right to vote, and we'll see you at the polls.
Do you know about NMB Water's We Care to Share payment assistance program? Residents in need may apply to receive help in paying their water bills thanks to the voluntary contributions of other NMB Water customers and businesses who care to share. Visit citynmb.com and search We Care to Share. September 26th was National Pancake Day, and the city manager's office and HR kicked the morning off with some hot breakfast to show their appreciation to the amazing employees of the city of North Miami Beach. On September 26th and the 27th, the city of North Miami Beach passed out palm fronds twice daily to residents and synagogues in the city and surrounding areas. There was a limit of 10 fronds per household, and those who celebrated came out in big numbers to Victory Park. The city hopes that all who came out had a happy and healthy Sukkah. September 27th was also the Fallen in Health Senior and Wellness Fair in the McDonald's Center. The turnout was huge. Hundreds, if not more, seniors came out for dozens of free health screenings and lectures, free exercise classes, giveaways, raffles, and more. Later that evening was the budget hearing for fiscal year 24, which was passed by our city commission. On Thursday, September 28th, the NMB City Commission and the NMB Beautification Committee held a memorial bench dedication at Columbia Park for former NMB City Council members Jacqueline H. Smith and John Patrick Julian. The dedication was attended by the family and friends of the former council members, including past and present members of the City Commission. Later that afternoon, NMBPD held a promotional ceremony at the Julius Littman Theater for 8 of its very best. Congratulations to the department's new Deputy Chief Nelson Camacho, Major Sandy Rodriguez, Captain Michael Chinchilla, Captain Jonathan Wilson, Captain Duncan Sanan, Sergeant Ingrid Ruiz, Sergeant Jose Maya, and Sergeant Shanetta Anderson. On September 28th and 29th, NMBPD held forums to educate businesses and citizens on the new permitless carry law. On the 29th, NMBPD bid farewell to Deputy Chief Irvin Ford, a true leader and an inspiration to all who supervised. Thank you for all of your service, DC. Wishing you health, success, and happiness in your future endeavors. To close out Childhood Cancer Awareness Month on September 30th, NMBPD joined the Mystic Force Foundation for a powerful cause, making it an unforgettable superhero day, raising awareness, spreading hope, and making a difference in the lives of superheroes battling childhood cancer. October 4th was National Coffee with the Cop Day from 7 to 9 a.m. at Starbucks. No agendas. The morning was just a chance to ask questions and get to know the officers in our community. Also on October 4th, the CRA held a Google workshop for residents and business owners to reach customers online with Google and increase visibility for their businesses online. The next workshop will be October 18th from 6 to 7 p.m. in the McDonald Center. On October 12th, NMB Discovery Library celebrated National Hispanic Heritage Month. Attendees enjoyed story time, arts and crafts, and cultural fun for the entire family. On October 13th, the City of North Miami Beach and the Commission of the Status of Women held a free mammogram service at NMB Discovery Library for women 40 to 60 years old with no insurance, no implants, and of low income. All right, looking ahead, Friday, October 20th at 6 p.m., NMBPD will host a domestic violence and gun violence youth symposium in the Julius Littman Theater. The event includes a free resource fair, free food, family fun, and more. On Saturday the 21st, join us for SK Butterflies, Jewels for the Sky Art, and Jewelry exhibit at NMB Discovery Library. Hear from cancer survivors and jewelry designer Kiki Sylvan. On Saturday the 21st, NMB Discovery Library will also be recognizing Breast Cancer and Domestic Violence Awareness Month from 12:30 to 4 p.m. Your attendance will not only show your support for those affected by these issues, but will also help to educate and inform others. On the 24th, join the library once again for the Golden Passport presentation for seniors 65 years of age and up. This program will allow seniors to ride free transit using Miami-Dade County's Golden Passport. Attend the presentation to register for the program. To all of the seniors, get ready for another delightful luncheon at the McDonald Center. Register at the Parks and Recreation main office or call 305-948-2957. The senior luncheon is going down October 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Now to all of the ghouls and goblins out there, join us for NMB Monster Mash. Get ready for a spectacular time with treats, music, rides, a costume contest, a haunted house, and more. Don't miss the Halloween fun happening Saturday, October 28th at 5 p.m. at City Hall. Admission is free, and on Halloween night from 5 to 7 p.m., come celebrate at NMB Discovery Library. Enjoy the pumpkin carving and decoration event. Space is limited, so please register online at nmblib.com. And that concludes the announcements.
That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, would you please call the City Council Commission for their reports, please?
Commissioner Mackenzie Florimon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, everyone that is here this evening. We appreciate your attendance at tonight's commission meeting. As everyone has been talking about this evening and throughout the past couple of days, we see what is going on in our world, and more specifically, what happened in Israel a couple of weeks ago. And we all stand united here this evening in support of the North Miami Beach Jewish community and all of the Jewish community around the world, and those who are living in Israel who are suffering, as well as those who are putting their lives on the line to defend this nation. So we're all here together in solidarity, and we would like to offer our prayers to everyone who has family members who've either been lost or who have suffered or who are on the front lines during this moment in our nation's, in our world history. And as our president takes flight to go over to that region and try to add value to the peace talks or the prospect of peace in that area, we also send our prayers with him and with everyone who is in leadership. So aside from that, I also want to send our prayers to the city of Miami Gardens and all of the residents of Miami Gardens and the entirety of Miami-Dade County who lost a pillar in Shirley Gibson, who was the founding mayor of Miami Gardens, who passed on, I believe it was yesterday. So we send our condolences, and Mr. Manager, if you can extend our condolences to the city of Miami Gardens and find out how we can honor the legacy of Mayor Gibson, that would be a good thing. aside from that, I'm looking forward to an expedient, well, not expedient, but a good meeting. Thank you so much.
Expedient's a good word.
Well, I know expedient is not going to happen, so a good meeting at least.
Commissioner Daniela Jean.
Good evening, and I do echo the sentiments of my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Florimon. I think you basically said all that I wanted to say. In addition to that, I did want to say thank you to our North Miami Beach Police Department. Can we give them a round of applause for the great work that they've been doing to really keep each and every one of our residents safe, especially while we're sleeping, they're out there working. So we continue to thank them. And also we pray for world peace. We stand with every family that's across the world that has lost a loved one, and we stand with you. Also for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, I had a breast cancer scare in 2019, and to all of the women here and men, make sure that you continue to keep your health as the center of what you do. Also, for any victims of domestic violence, we ask you to not suffer in silence. We had the pleasure of honoring the American Red Cross and also Miami-Dade Fire Rescue today, so for Fire Prevention Month. And again, we thank you for being here tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Michael Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I won't be too long. I echo the same sentiments. I also want to let people know, please, in the Summer West neighborhood, our recycling is next week, not this week. I saw some of the blue cans being outside, so just a heads up, it's next week, not this week. Thank you. Have a blessed and great night. Stay safe. Thank you.
Commissioner Phyllis Smith.
So I, too, want to send my condolences to the Gibson family. I just saw Mayor Gibson at the League of City Gala. She looked amazing, and she was an amazing person. So I, too, ask the city manager what we can do in North Miami Beach to honor her name. I also want to ask everybody to pray for the family of Captain Abraham Hankin, his family lived right here in North Miami Beach. And he was one of the first soldiers that was murdered. And unfortunately, I couldn't go to the family there. They went to Israel. But I will tell them through this microphone that if there's anything North Miami Beach can do for that family, I hope they'll reach out to us. I do want to thank the police as well. It is so important for you to know that when we feel unsafe, it might be because we didn't take better care, because our police are keeping us safe. And I will tell you, we had an opportunity when we went to the rallies. The chief insisted that her role is to keep the commissioners safe, and we had the SWAT team, some of which are here right now. And I have never had that experience, having somebody take care of me like that, and I hope I never need it. But I will tell you, you can't find finer. There is no better. The Vinny sitting here, there is no better than North Miami Beach. I want to thank them. I want to thank all the rabbis who have made sure that whatever the temple's family's needs are, whatever the need that they can do, they are doing. I really have to say I am paying attention, and I'm seeing what more North Miami Beach as a community can do, as a city we can do, and I hope they'll continue to reach out to us. Rabbi Rosenberg and myself have had a few discussions, and what we're going to do, and I hope my fellow colleagues will join me in this task, is in a couple weeks, to make sure that the youth understand that this is not a one-day, one-week thing. We want to bring together the youth for peace, for prayer, and for understanding of what's going on, and we are going to plan that, and I hope I can count on my fellow colleagues to plan it with us. And in closing, I must say to one of my three beautiful grandchildren, my grandson, who will turn 12, Prescott, that Grandma loves you, and I'm very excited for the next year and your joy of your next year. And most important, I have to thank my husband, 57 years next week. So happy anniversary to me, happy anniversary to him.
Mazel tov.
And 57 years. And I can tell you, quite frankly, I couldn't be here and do this if I didn't have that support at home. So thank you all very much, and please, please keep your prayers for Israel, for peace in your hearts every day. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, please hold your calling. We have the deputy here, so we'd like to recognize.
Right, so I know that it's my turn to speak, and I would like to pause, and I would like to do the resolution for Israel. We have the Deputy Counsel of Israel here, Mike Draquiz. If you please come up, and we're going to introduce the resolution. Thank you so much for being here. We know that you are overwhelmed with what is going on, and you took the time to be here, and I truly appreciate it, and as my fellow commissioners do as well.
Can I say a few words?
Yes, is the mic on?
Mayor, commissioners, dear audience, dear friends. First, I want to say thank you to the law enforcement here, to Mark Rosenberg, but also to all the SWAT teams and police. You mentioned Abraham Inkin. May God rest in soul. He was a SWAT officer whose family lives here. We were the ones to deliver the bad news. And in those very, very terrible and dark days in Israel, where we are still counting and identifying our deads and kidnapped, and the magnitude of the atrocities that have been committed over there by the Hamas terrorists, are still unveiling in front of us and in front of the world. I want to say thank you, because in those dark days, these resolutions, these proclamations, these little events are the light, because Israel is not fighting a fight for Israel. Israel is fighting the fight for the human values, for the democratic values, for the world, for the better future for everyone. So thank you for your support. Thank you for everything. And sorry to be arriving late. As the commissioner said, we are all over, and we are trying to do our best to support our countries. I personally lost 2 friends in my military unit, and this is a great opportunity for me to give their names, Moshe and Eliad Ochayon, father and son who fought together with their fist, with whatever they had, in order to push back the terrorists that came until their home. So this is my opportunity to tell their name here publicly, and remember, may God rest their souls. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and don't ever apologize to us for your lateness. You open the floor to you whenever you're here.
Thank you.
All right, let's move 11.12, resolution number R 2023-110, by all of us introduce and all of us second. Please read.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. This is resolution R 2023-110, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, supporting the state of Israel and denouncing the terrorist actions of Hamas, providing for distribution and providing for an effective date."
It's already been moved and adopted, or if it isn't.
I would like the whole resolution to be read.
Sure. Resolution number R 2023-110, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, excuse me, supporting the state of Israel and denouncing the terrorist actions of Hamas, providing for distribution, and providing for effective date. Whereas the nation of Israel and its people are under attack by Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization by the United States Department of State, and whereas President Joe Biden officially stated that the United States unequivocally condemns this appalling assault against Israel by Hamas terrorists from Gaza, and that Israel has a right to defend its people. Whereas thousands of innocent men, women, and children are being brutally attacked and murdered by the Hamas terrorists. And whereas Israel has officially declared a state of war against Hamas, and whereas Israel was founded in 1948 as the homeland for the Jewish people, and there are approximately 672,465 Jewish people living in Florida. And whereas the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, has a significant Jewish and Israeli population, many of whom have loved ones currently in harm's way. And whereas countries worldwide have expressed their unequivocal support of Israel and its right to defend its citizens from these unprovoked and vicious attacks in a manner designed to promptly end such attacks and deter similar attacks in the future. And whereas the city strongly supports the sovereignty of Israel and recognizes its right to self-defense and to protect its citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, Section 1, the foregoing whereas clauses are true and correct, and adopted as legislative and administrative findings. The City Commission made a specific part of this resolution, and all exhibits attached hereto are made a specific part of this resolution. Section 2, the City Commission expresses its support for Israel's right to exist peacefully and condemns Hamas' brutal, unprovoked war on Israel and her citizens and visitors, denounces the terrorist actions of Hamas, and opposes hate, extremism, and violence. Section 3, the city strongly supports Israel's right to defend itself and its citizens and visitors against such attacks, including but not limited to taking all necessary actions against these terrorist organizations, all necessary actions to protect itself and its citizens and visitors, and all appropriate actions seeking the safe return of the hostages taken by Hamas and other affiliated terrorist organizations. Section 4, the city urges President Joseph R. Biden Jr. and the United States Congress to reaffirm the United States' commitment to Israel's security and provide emergency resupply and other security, diplomatic, and intelligence support to Israel. Section 5, the city clerk is directed to forward a copy of this resolution to the Consul General of Israel in Miami, the Greater Jewish Federation of Miami, Miami-Dade County Commission, and all Miami-Dade County municipalities. This resolution, Section 6, this resolution shall become effective immediately upon approval.
Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you. Do we want to talk?
Do you need to talk?
Do you have a few minutes?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to my fellow commissioners for allowing for this to come forward. This and Mike, to the Deputy Counsel of Israel.
Me, Mike, it's okay.
Thank you. Thank you for being so supportive of to the state of Israel, to your friends, to your family, to me. Thank you. I just wanted to read a letter that someone asked me to read to you. This is by Evan Ross, which you know. Mayor Chernoff and Commissioners, I'm sorry I cannot be with you at the moment to make my remarks in person. I'm currently with Israel's ambassador to the United Nations as he visits South Florida. I want to express my support and gratitude to the North Miami Beach for the strong commitment this resolution demonstrates for Israel and our local Jewish community. The past couple of weeks have been incredibly painful for us. Your support means more than you realize. I want to thank Mayor Chernoff and Commissioner Smuckler, Smith, and Florimont and Jean for your participating at our Stand with Israel rally last week. I also want to thank Chief Harvette Smith and the members of the North Miami Beach Police Department who were part of a broad joint agency operation to ensure public safety at the rally. But I want to go a bit further than that. It's easy for Jews to show up when Jews are suffering, just as it is easy for Haitians to show up when Haitians are suffering. Our shared commitment to show up for one another is what makes us a community. Commissioners Florimont, Commissioner Jean, your presence last week was important to me personally and to our broader community with both within and beyond North Miami Beach. Thank you. Thank you for raising your voices and being present at a time of critical need. The coming weeks and months will be difficult and painful. We must remain unified in our support for Israel, our support for one another, and our support for a world where we transcend the lines that far too often divide us. Our unity is strength, not only today, not only on this matter. Our unity is our strength. Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you very much. I just want to conclude that my two friends that have been killed, father and son, were from the 7th Rescue Unit in the IDF. There is the international department in this unit and the national department. This is my unit, the national department. The international department was the unit that came here in Surfside to save lives. So we are here. We have a commitment, as we had a commitment 2 years ago. We had a commitment to stay together, and with God's help, we will prevail. Light will prevail, and we will win Hamas terrorists and all terrorists in the Middle East. Thank you very much for having me here. It means a lot, and
Thank you.
I hope I will see you in better circumstances.
Thank you. And next door to us in the theater, there is a women and girls are praying. They're gathering right now, praying for Israel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to just say one thing in thanking you for coming as well. There are 6 Israeli families on my block. 2 of them have their family there right now. But what I want to mention that we are not mentioning enough, when we went to all the rallies, how many Christians, even Muslim, came to support Israel. So we thank you for being here because you're our representative, and that means a lot to us with your time. But we also want to thank everyone that knows that they need to be behind us to support.
This is definitely a war for the truth, for the light, and it's not only for the Jews and the Israelis, it's for everyone, Jews, non-Jews, Muslims, Christians, everyone. It's the fight for the light. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to make sure you understand that we stand 100% with Israel.
I understand.
The city of North Miami Beach.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So I make a motion to,
All of us make the motion to.
so we have to vote. Okay, so I say yes.
Well, being as we have a mayor
Call the vote, please.
There was a motion by,
All of us.
and seconded.
By all of us.
Okay, Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean? Yes. Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
with much open heart, yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Acting Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0.
Okay, we move back to our commission reports. Fortuna? Okay, I'll go first on the last one, I believe. Andres?
Acting Mayor Jay Chernoff?
Thank you. Very difficult to go after the deputy because obviously our hearts all stand with him and his family and people that he knows. It's a sad, oh no, you can't hear me. Sad day when that attack happened on innocent people doing a music festival. And how many of us have gone to music festivals in our lifetimes and never thought about being captured or being shot at or being killed or being, hostages? It's an unbelievable thing, and nobody should have to do that, and nobody should ever have to go through that. So we all stand with Israel, no question about it. Mayor Shirley Gibson, I had the pleasure of Shirley Gibson being one of my vice mayors when I was president of the Dade League of Cities, and she came after me as president. What a great lady Shirley was. Very much had a great impact to our League of Cities to help the cities in their fight with, anything they had to deal with. And yes, anything we can do from the city of Miami Gardens, please let us know. And please make sure that the deputy council gets this ordinance somehow, some way.
I believe we're in the process of trying to giving
Okay, great.
a copy
Oh, they took it and ran after him? Okay.
right now.
All right. And again, to our police department and our manager for approving our police department to have our backs when we went to the 1,000 people or the 3,000 people or the 6,000 people rallies to make sure that we were protected in case there was anything that did happen. We do appreciate it. I was one who maybe thought it was a little overkill in the beginning, but then I thank them very much for doing it. So that was very nice, and we really appreciate it.
Acting Mayor, the resolution is right next to you for your signature, so we can give a copy.
Oh, I thought they gave it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, we'll wait to go back to Fortuna. In the meantime, we can move forward with we're going to know for the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
We already made the.
No, the consent agenda? No, we didn't. Yes, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't move and approve it.
Introduce consent agenda?
Second. All those in favor? Aye. You're up, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. The consent agenda is composed of item 9.1, public budget hearing minutes of September 13, 2023, the regular City Commission meetings of September 19, 2023, resolution number R 2023-95, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, setting the dates for the City Commission meetings for the 2024 calendar year and providing for an effective date. Resolution number R 2023-96, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a renewal of the piggyback contract between the city and ODP Business Solutions Division, LLC, for the purchase of office supplies, products, and related services in an estimated annual budgeted amount of $150,000, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Resolution number R 2023-97, entitled The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order increase for engineering services for ongoing well-field inspection and report development project in the amount of $121,552 under the continuing services agreement with Hazen and Sawyer for professional consulting services, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and subject to budget appropriation availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Resolution number R 2023-98, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for engineering services for wastewater transmission system model updates in the amount of $114,300 under the continuing services agreement with Hazen and Sawyer for professional consulting services, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Resolution number R 2023-99, entitled The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a change order increase in the expenditure of funds with Crom Corporation for the purchase and installation of baffle curtains for an 800,000-gallon ground storage tank, an amount of $48,700, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Resolution number R 2023-100, entitled The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a grant agreement between the city and the State of Florida Department of State Division of Library Services for the North Miami Beach Library to provide funding for library programs, operations, and services, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Resolution number R 2023-102, entitled The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a second amendment to the agreement between the city and Pro Transportation, Inc., DBA Procol Mobility, extending the agreement for 7 months in a budgeted expenditure of $163,800, authorizing city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Now we go back to Commissioner Smuckler's report.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Fortuna Smuckler.
Thank you. I apologize. I needed to speak to the deputy counsel. I just want to say that I'm going to say like 18 years ago, I was out there in the audience attending a commission meeting, and I remember this lady came up to speak, and she was thanking the clerk, the mayor, not the mayor, the manager and the attorney's office for everything that they have done for her in helping her as the first mayor of this brand new city called Miami Gardens. I remember that day so well. And I just want to give my condolences to the family of Shirley Gibson. So when I always, up here, I always, at every meeting, I thank the police department for protecting our family, businesses, and visitors. But most specifically, in the last few days, I just want to thank the police department for taking care of our Jewish community, especially when they needed you the most. I also want to thank the manager's office for so much that you have done for the Jewish community, specifically, through the police department and so many other things that you've been doing that so many people are not aware of. I want to, normally we are here in pink for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I just want for all of us to remember that this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and also Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I'm Yisrael Chai. And as you notice, we have the flag of Israel here today, not just here, but behind us as well. So thank you all.
Okay, move back to the regular business. I think we have 12.1 now, business tax receipt. Platinum South Inc., DBA Dean's Gold, 4 to 6 a.m. extension of hours. Edward N.G., ICP, Interim Community Development Director. And I believe their attorney is here to answer any questions too.
The Dean's Gold, right? Commissioner, thank you. As you may be aware, our city code provides for extension of hours. Normally, alcohol sales are cut off at 2 p.m. After 2 p.m., there are two separate types of extension. One extension is from 2 to 4 a.m., and the other item is from 4 to 6 a.m. The 4 to 6 a.m. extension requires the city's commission's approval for extension of hours. Each year, the applicant must provide the city with a payment for the police to conduct an investigation into any incidents that have been reported over the past year. Such incidents are reported, as reported, were provided in the agenda packet to you, consisting of 28 related incidents. As to the incident, I have to defer to the chief of police on the content, but what staff is asking the commission to review per our code is to determine whether or not Dean's Gold should be provided with a 4 to 6 a.m. extension of hours. Again, this is an annual exercise for any entity that had the 4 to 6 a.m. and it must come before the commission each year.
Would you please bring up the chief to explain the 28 incidences, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I stand corrected. It's not 28 incidents. It was actually 24. We did a history of the business. stemming from September 18, 2022 to September 18, 2023. I had a conversation with Mr. Rosenthal today, and it's 24 incidents that happened within the business. However, it does not depict an issue on how the business practices are being done. So there's nothing significant that would prevent them from not getting this license.
Okay, commissioners? Any questions? Anybody want to make a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second? Is there a second, excuse me?
Are you seconding?
No. Somebody seconding?
I'm going to second this. I know Mubarak is going to have something to say about this later, but I'll go ahead and second it because it's the right thing to do. I mean, it's a BTR. All right, second.
Okay. Commissioners, anybody want to have any discussion on it? Want to call the question or?
I just want to say if for next year the numbers are a little bit lower, that reported for next year's, if we can just have the numbers reported to the police a little bit lower, it would be better.
I do want to make a comment through the acting mayor. It's always good to see you, Mr. Rosenthal. He's a regular on the Aventura Trail, and we run across each other.
I brought that up because I was going to thank all of you for my lovely heart. Heart walks are very important.
Yes.
I've been doing them for the last 56 years because that's when I had my first heart attack. But I've had a couple since then, open heart surgery about 24 years ago. And so I do a lot of heart walks, and I really enjoy doing whatever I can for heart associations. I'd also like to thank the mayor for letting me come a little bit earlier before you than at the end. I know that you guys like to keep me here until the end so that you can see me more often for longer periods of time. But I think that if you would accept the recommendation from your staff and the police chief, this particular company has been represented by me for about 31 or 2 years, and they really try to do a good job, and I think they do. Our calls for service this year are 3 less than they were last year, and we have the same police officers that are there, off-duty police officers that are there when we're open, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but thank you very much for your courtesy and your time, and thank you for my heart.
Okay, any questions from the dais?
No, I just wanted to say it's always good seeing you once again, and I'm hoping that sooner than later the project that's supposed to take place there will.
You and I both, and my clients more than anybody else. They made a deal when they sold it, not knowing what was going to happen afterwards, and it's out of their hands. The owners of the property have got to develop it before they can get off the hook.
Okay, call the question.
I want to make a statement. Thank you. Mr. Rosenthal, as you well know, I'm always have been against this because the children get on the bus very early and because no other community has till 6 o'clock. We're the one that they all come to when they work on the beach and want to relax. But due to COVID and I changed my vote because they needed a recap. But I'm going to change my vote to a yes vote now for a different reason, and I wanted the public to know. When we have businesses in North Miami Beach, the businesses are partnerships with us. We try to take care of them, and we hope they'll take care of us. The owner of Gold's, I can tell you, is one of the best partners that North Miami Beach has had. They have not, for 1 minute, ever said no when you need money for kids for camp. They keep their property immaculate, and they respond if we have a need. So that's the kind of partnerships we want in business here in North Miami Beach. And for that, I wanted the public to know, why are they getting a yes from Phyllis Smith?
It's only been 30 years that you said no, so I guess it's okay.
Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jean?
No.
Commissioner Joseph? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
It's a business tax receipt, so I'm voting yes.
Acting Mayor Sharnoff?
Yes. Congratulations.
much.
Passes 5-1.
Rosenthal,
Wonderful
nice seeing
night.
you.
It's good seeing you all as well. I hope to get back soon again.
We'll see you next year.
No, maybe sooner.
All right, let's move back to the quasi judicial now, 10.1.
1 second,
Resolution,
sir.
no?
Along with that item, we had voted to have 15.1. So that was 12.1 we just did. So we're going to do 15.1 now, which is business tax receipt fees.
Okay. 15.1. Somebody want to move to introduce?
I'll move to introduce.
Second? A second, anybody?
This is for,
Business tax again. 15.1.
is it a discussion item?
It's yeah, we're going to discuss it right now.
Discussion item.
Okay, second.
Why are we doing this now?
No, I think
Oh.
Are the people present here that
Acting Mayor, if I may, I think there was a bit of confusion. It was to move 15.1 into the 12, the business tax receipt area, but we do not need to take this item prior to the quasi judicial. I would actually wait until later to the agenda. The other items that are more timely are with regards to the ones that were moved up to be moved after consent, which was 11.5, 17.2, and then the first on legislation would be 11.1 as well. And I know that we also pulled 9.10 from consent, which would go into legislation as well. So if we, did we not move those two items to after consent? Okay, so if we can maybe just hear instead the 11.5 and 17.2.
Before the quasi judicial or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have members here for the items and to present. That's why the request was made. With regards to 15.1, we have a process with business tax receipts, and there's just an authorization that we're asking the commission with regards to waiver of some late fees, but that is not pressing at the moment for this meeting. At 7:25, it's a quick discussion, and that can be later, and move those who have come in earlier to present and move their items through.
So you want to move 11.5 resolution partnership between Career Source?
That was the request and approved, sir, yes, and also 17.2.
Career Source South Florida and City of North Miami Beach. Commissioner Daniela Jean.
Wait just a minute. I withdraw my motion to introduce 15.1.
Thank you, Commissioner.
It's removed. Okay. That's okay. All right, so now we want to introduce 11.5 resolution number 2023-59. Commissioner Jean, you want to introduce it?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe there's a presentation, so I'll yield to the manager.
Before, as the staff comes up, or the presentation, I'll read the item into the record. It is Resolution R 2023-59, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a partnership between the City of North Miami Beach and Career Source South Florida to jointly promote workforce development, career advancement, and economic prosperity within the city and the surrounding region, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. If I can invite Executive Director of Career Source, Mr. Beasley, up. Thank you, sir. Acting Mayor and Commissioners, the item before you is to create a partnership between North Miami Beach and Career Source. One of the things that we have been talking about for several months is with regards to creating opportunities where individuals can train into certain roles and be able to further develop the workforce within our city. As we know, sometimes it's difficult to find, for example, a mechanic with 15 years experience. However, there is plenty of opportunity with someone who has just either gone through the school or be able to do an apprenticeship. So one of the options that Career Source provides are these type of programs, as well as many other ones. And so Mr. Beasley's here to kind of be able to discuss what exactly Career Source has done for the county and the region in this aspect, and how we can further create a partnership. Once a program has been identified and we are able to identify all the details of it, then we would bring that back to the commission for approval so that we can get that underway. But right now, what we're talking about is creating a partnership so that we can work together. Mr. Beasley, please. And thank you for being here.
Good evening to everyone. And let's try that. Good evening to everyone. All right.
Good evening.
God has allowed us to be able to wake up this morning and be able to give Him honor and glory. So on behalf of Career Source South Florida, I thank you for the opportunity to share with you some of the activities that we have done. Again, we are one of 24 workforce boards in the state of Florida. We're actually the largest workforce board in the South. And we provide employment training services throughout Dade and Monroe counties. And one of the things that we launched, we have 10 career centers in Dade County, 2 in Monroe County, that provide employment training services to citizens throughout. We also have 2 centers in Monroe County that provide services for the citizens in Monroe. We have a total of 5 mobile units that are available to service citizens throughout Dade County. We've also allowed access to our colleagues across the state when there is a disaster, that they can utilize our mobile units to help assist. So part of the services that are provided through those mobile units, again, is employment training activities, but also what we call disaster and unemployment services. So when there is a hurricane, our mobile units are then launched throughout the county to assist those residents who are impacted because of loss of jobs, because of the hurricane impact with their employment. We provide services in terms of that disaster unemployment so we can get them connected very quickly, so that they can have resources in their pockets to be able to continue to operate or to provide resources for their family. As you all know, through all COVID, we launched an initiative with our governor and also our mayor here, where Mayor Jimenez was the mayor for the county. We launched a program. It was called Operation Impact, which we looked at those citizens that were impacted. We served over 700 some odd families, provided them direct employment services, but also support services that we covered their housing, car note, whatever they needed to be able to transition. As you all know, the unemployment system in the state of Florida was a disaster. And so I will tell you that 7 days a week, we were uploading, again, the state system was down, that we were sending over 60 boxes of paper applications to Tallahassee on a weekly basis, and we did that for almost 7 weeks. And so we also had a layoff aversion fund that we gave up to $10,000 to small business to keep their employees working. So those are some of the initiatives that we've launched because of that, because then as the economy turned, employers had a hard time finding talent. And so we've launched a number of apprenticeship programs. As a matter of fact, one right down the street with Warren Henry. We have an apprenticeship program with them that actually we subsidize up to $90,000 to bring on apprentice folks who have never ever worked in automotive. And that's the one beauty about working with some of the employers, of having them kind of modify their hiring practices. We also did the same thing with Lori Bean at Bean Automotive down in South Dade. She's on her second cohort. I want to make Warren Henry jealous. I hope someone from Warren Henry is here in this conversation. That with them, they started out with 15 apprentices, came back, and Mrs. Bean made a presentation to my board. We actually awarded up to $250,000 to bring on new apprentices. And what the beauty of it is that all the folks that they've hired never ever worked in automotive. They had a requirement that they had to have at least 5 years of experience and 8 of the automotive service excellence certifications to even work before they even get started. So both organizations have changed and modified their pieces. Other programs that we've launched with not only the county, but some cities. With the county, we have what we call first source ordinance agreements. So when you have projects that you've launched, that you've RFP'd, the county and also a couple of cities work with us to help recruit in terms of those programs. Those employers, those contractors must submit their job orders to us. And we're kind of that third party. So if they can't find anyone, here's a way for us to come back to the city and say, hey, look, we can't or have not been able to identify individuals for them. So if you have a penalty in terms of what they need to hire, we can let them off the hook, or we can say we can create a program to hire folks. But the first source agreement is where the city has made a commitment to say for those projects that we have RFP'd for and we've contracted out, we want the residents of our community first to have the opportunity to be considered before anyone else. And so we've done that with the county, with their first source agreements. We've done it with Miami Gardens. We've done it also with the city of Homestead. We have also with the city of Opelika. So those are some of the programs we launched. We've also kicked off our summer employment programs with these various cities. So for Miami Gardens, I think we're on our 6th or 7th year with them. That for that city, that we put up $150,000, they match it. And so for the residents, the youth of that city, only those residents can participate in the summer employment program. We've launched on one with Homestead, and this year, this is our 2nd year with Opelika. And so those are some of the initiatives we've done with specific cities, but also, if you probably heard with with Miami-Dade County Public Schools, the Children's Trust and I, Career Source South Florida, we invest over $2 million each to provide employment training services on the summer youth piece for all the residents who attend Miami-Dade County Public Schools. This year, we're going to our board on Thursday. We're making a commitment up to $2.5 million of an investment for youth. So last year, they served over 3,000 youth throughout Dade County to provide them summer employment programs. So that's just a synopsis of what we do. We're an investor. We invest in talent, and we help employers find talent. And so we create programs that help employers get contacted. I can share one last one that I love this one. With AAR, those who go to the airport, that big hangar, it has big initials on it, AAR. They're the largest maintenance repair organization in the world. They need talent. And so we created an apprenticeship program with them. And so the beauty that came to us is that they want to make sure that they target at-risk youth. And so, again, we designed a program based off their needs. And so we subsidize the wages for those employers, for the 5 apprentices to come in, or actually pre-apprentice, and then they selected the roles to continue working with them. Those are some of the things that we've done. It's not a cookie-cutter approach in how we work with our employers, but also in how we work with cities. And so when we met with Mr. Diaz and our city councilwoman, our goal really is how we can provide additional services for the residents in North Miami Beach.
Thank you. Now, is there someone want to introduce it on the council? Commissioner Jean?
Yes, so thank you so much, Mr. Beasley, and also Mr. Manager. As many of you know, Career Source is headquartered in North Miami Beach, and so I think it's only right that our residents, that our residents have an equal playing field as it relates to career and employment development. So I'm excited to hope that the commission will support this item for the sense of giving our residents an advantage and having a more intentional partnership to be able to grow our workforce.
Make a motion.
Motion to approve?
All those in favor? All right.
Oh.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to know the fiscal impact to our city.
As of right now, we don't have any program detailed to come for you, but for the most part, there's a lot of programs in which Career Source even provides the funding as well. So there might be opportunities for us to do matching, but that will be coming back to you at a later date once we identify what's the best program for the city and to move quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Moved and approved. Where are we for the next item?
Take that a vote.
Wait, I said all in favor, didn't you say?
No, but she had
a question.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
I want to remind the city commission that historically, although not necessarily legally required, when legislative items and items that are not on consent are discussed, you generally do ask and open up the matter to public comment. And so, just reminding you that you have a unwritten policy that you do take public comment on items that you vote on other than consent agenda items. So just reminding you all that if you want to continue that unwritten policy.
Thank you. Does anybody from the public want to discuss this? Make a comment on this? Thank you. It still passes. Now we're on the consent agenda?
No, sir. I believe the next is item 17.2.
Quasi-judicial.
No, sir.
17.2.
You're correct.
Polyfluoral K?
PFAS.
Substances litigation?
It's commonly referred to as PFAS litigation. Joining us here this evening is representatives from the Ferraro law firm who are involved in this litigation. There are a number of different ongoing disputes regarding the impact of PFAS, and I'm just going to refer to that as opposed to trying to say what it actually stands for. It's a chemical. It's commonly referred to as forever chemical. It's pretty much prevalent in almost everything that we touch on a daily basis. For our purposes, the impact is with respect to our water utility. And so the Ferraro law firm has been representing different government agencies here in South Florida in litigation adverse to the manufacturers of these chemicals, primarily the 3M and DuPont. There are others out there, and they wish to make a presentation, and it is the recommendation after, obviously, to the commission can agree or disagree that we engage the Ferraro law firm as outside counsel to pursue claims that the city has against these manufacturers for the inclusion of these chemicals in pretty much everything that the water utility uses to seek and get a return in the way of damages that we can then use to remediate the utility system going forward. It is and I'll leave the details to the representative here, that basically work no contingency, no recovery, no fee. The city is already part of a class action lawsuit that has been initiated by the state of Florida against these manufacturers in a much broader sense. And again, I'll allow the representative to discuss that and open the floor to you all to ask any questions of the representative and make a determination whether or not to move forward with engaging them as outside counsel as required by the charter.
City Attorney, thank you. Mayor, Commission, City Manager. My name's James Ferraro, again from the Ferraro Law Firm. I will try to be very brief this evening because I know all of your time is very valuable and I appreciate you affording me the opportunity to present. Just brief background about our law firm. We were founded in 1985. We're based here in Miami. We're the only member of what's called the Plaintiffs' Executive Committee in this case. It's a multi-district litigation, so all of these cases have been consolidated. We're the only firm that is based in South Florida. Our primary practice is toxic tort litigation. It's exactly this. We've been litigating against DuPont since the early 90s in novel chemical litigation, and this is in our wheelhouse. We're a litigation firm, and we also have an appellate practice. The former chief judge of the 3rd DCA is with us, and we handle all of our own appeals. We've been to the Florida Supreme Court 3 times in toxic tort cases, and we just argued a 5th in September. As I mentioned, we're on the Plaintiffs' Executive Committee in this case, which is important because there are many facets to this case. It's very complex in the claims. There's dozens of defendants, and this isn't the type of litigation where you could just hire, any lawyer. Fortunately, we're here in the community, and I'm very familiar with how chemical is affecting other municipalities. We represent now 5 in South Florida. We also have extensive experience representing municipalities in other litigations. You may all be familiar with the opioid litigation. We represent Palm Beach County in that ongoing litigation. This is just a list of some of our clients. The 5 top ones are clients we already represent in South Florida, including Fort Lauderdale and Boca Raton. What I could tell you is that as all South Florida municipalities do, North Miami Beach also draws its water from the Florida aquifer, and I'll get to that in a moment because that's important. It's a great source of water, but it is very shallow and is very susceptible to contaminants, and this chemical is no exception. So just briefly, some of you may have heard of PFAS chemicals. What are they? They are man-made compounds, and they're dubbed as forever chemicals. Why? Because they just don't break down in the environment. They also don't break down in the human body. There's been many studies found that this chemical is present in greater than 97% of the human population. You find this chemical in a host of consumer products, Teflon, Scotchgard. Its primary issue, though, is in what's called AFFF, which is firefighting foam. The foam that your fire department and every other fire department around the country has to use to put out a car fire or an aviation fire. Now, there are studies coming out every day. I'm subscribed to Google Alerts for PFAS chemicals and all of its subparts, and I get articles every day talking about a lot of these health concerns related to PFAS chemicals. The first 2 are obviously the most problematic, which are kidney cancer and testicular cancer. These are just 6 of the 15 to 20 defendants, depending on the case. The first 2 are the most notable. Why? Because they created this chemical back in the 1940s. The general public didn't know anything about PFAS chemicals. They had never even heard that term until the 2000s. What's notable there, and what directly impacts North Miami Beach, as the city attorney had alluded to, is there are 2 settlements on behalf of both of these defendants that have been announced. North Miami Beach is a potential claimant in those. And what they are doing is 3M and DuPont are settling drinking water contamination claims in this case. And what they're trying to do is settle with all public water systems across the country. Anyone who has a detection of PFAS. However, I will note the other part of this case is litigating against the other defendants, which have substantial liability. However, 3M and DuPont are a big part of this story. What's driving all this? There's been substantial regulation at the federal level from the EPA. In March, they announced that they're going to release what's called a maximum contaminant level for PFAS chemicals. And what it's doing is it's setting a level of 4 parts per trillion. Now, I'm not going to get into all the science there, but when you look at a contaminant on a parts per trillion basis, that's usually problematic. That means they're worried about it, because oftentimes contaminants are looked at on a parts per billion or a parts per million basis. And everyone's going to have to get their ducks in a row as far as PFAS testing. And what I can tell you is that your water department head is on top of this. North Miami Beach is on top of this. They've been doing the testing. They're going to be out in front of this when it comes to these regulations. Won't get into the details here regarding how testing is conducted and things like that. But as I mentioned, the Biscayne Aquifer is where our water comes from. Also the Floridan Aquifer as well, which is a little bit deeper. And you're finding less PFAS there. So as I mentioned, you're finding this all throughout the Biscayne Aquifer. These are some studies or some results from other public water systems throughout South Florida. I expect the same with respect to North Miami Beach, and frankly, around the country. So what these funds would be used for is to basically put on what would be basically a giant filtration system. I have a filtration system at home, similar to what a larger utility would put on their system. It's effective, but it is expensive. This is just a picture, just so you could have an idea of what the AFFF foam looks like and how it's transported. This is actually a picture I took at the Florida State Fire College of AFFF foam. I won't go through all the work that's been done. So the two settlements, as I mentioned, 3M settlement is for approximately $10.5 billion, and the DuPont settlement is for $1.185 billion. That's for the whole country, though, for all public water systems. So I'd like to finish off with this picture. This is actually a picture one of our clients gave to us. This is at the Florida State Fire College. This is AFFF foam that's sprayed out in a field during graduation. This was commonplace for years. It is no more, but it kind of circles back into the liability story and what we've discovered in this case. And it's some of the most egregious conduct you've seen by chemical manufacturers, period. I mean, you're talking asbestos, tobacco, you name it. So I appreciate your time. I'm happy to answer any questions because the case is complex. There's a lot of claims, there's a lot of defendants, but happy to answer any questions, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from my commissioners? Yes, sir.
Sure.
This retainer based on the
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, what do you need from us?
Authorization to engage Mr. Farrar and his firm as outside counsel to represent the city in this matter.
Is there a motion to do that?
I make the motion.
Second?
Second.
Standard split, if I remember correctly.
As far as the contingency fee, so it's a scaled retainer, and by the way, it's the same for all of our clients in Florida. It's no different. It's actually, Miami-Dade County also has a pending claim, and it mirrors theirs. It is likely, once we file suit, it's 15%, which is very competitive. I could tell you in other places it's 25, and in a normal contingency, that could be much higher.
Yeah.
So my question to the attorney is, we voted to join that lawsuit.
The class action lawsuit filed by the state, we were essentially automatically included because they identified the city as having a water utility. This would be in addition to and on top of that, where it would be, the Farrar law firm would be specifically looking to, for the benefit of the city, and recover any additional damages through either settlement or through litigation related specifically to the city. And in fact, one of the things that's been discussed is that assuming that this council or this commission authorized engagement of outside counsel is to then begin the process, which they are experienced in, to determine the level of the PFAS impact on the city and our water utility to quantify what our damages would be. It does not mean that we still cannot and we will, let me rephrase it, let me put it in the positive. We will participate and be part of the statewide multi-district class action lawsuit initiated by the state of Florida.
So if the class action lawsuit from the state is won and there's monetary for everybody that was a participant, on top of that, we would also have almost like a second?
Potentially, yes. And full disclosure, and we discussed this, is they also get an additional fee for that additional recovery because they are part of that.
Their fee based on, and thank you for sharing that, but their fee that they have for us is a scale, so it can be anywhere from 8% to 18% of gross disclosure. But besides what could be for the fee for his law firm, he's going to have a fee also from the state?
That's correct.
Well, no. Yeah, so I won't get too far into it. So the whole settlement, we're part of the leadership structure. There's what's called common benefit fees. So it hasn't been approved by the judge yet, but what has been proposed is 8% is going to go to all the attorneys who did all the common benefit work that we've been doing for the past 4.5 years in this. That's coming out of everybody's. You're not going to see that or feel that. You're going to get what your settlement is, and it'll probably work the same for future settlements. That you'll be getting, so if let's say the fee's 15%, if that's what governs, you're going to get a credit against that. So the fee may end up being 7%, which is exactly. So if, and what I will say is the claims, those two settlements are only part of the story. Those are only they only address certain claims, and there's many other claims the city may have. And the claims process is not easy. I'm going through it right now, getting claims forms together for some of our clients. I have to work intimately, very closely with the water utilities and getting flow rates and the PFAS testing, putting it all together. This is not a class action settlement that is, you got ripped off $10 on your phone bill and you actually have to submit, basic information. It's pretty detailed, and I already see some folks that either don't have counsel or have a counsel that's just not familiar with the litigation. They're going to have problems. It's going to.
I look forward to seeing you on the nightly news as a winner and a motion that we vote.
Thank you.
There was a motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, move back to the regular order of business, quasi-judicial, 10.1, resolution number R 2023-103. Is there a second for an approval?
I'll make the motion.
Introduce. Second? Somebody want a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Now, Mr. Ning, up to you.
Is that the one in the rubber?
Thank you, Mayor.
One of the ones.
Acting Mayor,
Yes.
please allow the attorney to read it.
Read the resolution.
He's going to read it.
Read
into
the resolution, absolutely.
You're doing both at the same time, is that correct?
There's a different one before that.
Okay.
It's a separate one altogether.
Oh, this is the Lennar, right? This resolution number R 2023-103, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the site plan application and 7 non-use variances for the development of a private school facility for elementary and middle school students with 47 parking spaces, 41 plus staff members, and a maximum of 396 students on a 2.5 acre parcel of land located at 1998, 2000, 2054, and 2065 Northeast 161st Street and 2051 Northeast 160th Street, granting a variance for the maximum lot width, granting a variance for the minimum number of parking spaces, granting a variance to permit the gymnasium at 30 feet where 20 feet is the maximum allowed ground level height, granting a variance for height of the security wall and fence, granting a variance for the building glazing requirement for the north ground level elevation, granting a variance for the fenestration requirements for the north ground level elevation, granting a variance for the maximum building setback from the northeast 19th place, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration limitations of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Ning.
Mr. Attorney, have we done Jennings?
No, yes, so we have to swear in any of the witnesses who are going to testify regarding this matter, because it is quasi-judicial nature, and then it would be appropriate for the individual commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications you may have had with respect to this item.
Mr. Manager, in full disclosure, is this whole package stuff that we got just now?
Yes, ma'am.
This whole package is the school.
The whole packet at the.
Well, we just got it, so when you get a chance, you'll tell me what's in it. Thank you.
Acting Mayor,
Go ahead.
may I proceed with the Jennings?
Yes, please.
Okay. Pursuant to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communication together with the entity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I received Jennings' disclosure from Commissioner Donna Lejean, and I will start with Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to second what Commissioner Smith said. I'm not sure how long we've had this information available, but to receive it tonight.
Respectfully.
Was it on the agenda?
I mean, this packet that's on our desk right now.
So everybody understands, when we have a zoning thing, we get it by email with
Oh, I know that.
somewhere to go.
I know.
I'm the one who asked at one time to have it, now you all get it, writing instead at the dais. So if you want it earlier, then just no.
Yeah, we
No. I was the one who originally asked for it, and everybody was like, why do you have the blueprints? And then, so now everybody gets the blueprints. Well, it's the notes from the planning and zoning, and
That we, as with all, even prior to the request for paper copy, to clarify, we had always provided all these plans in electronic format. It was based on the last request that we have not only provided those in electronic format, but also have provided in paper format. Now, we had delivered, tried to deliver to the city clerk's office earlier, but were instructed to just bring it back to the meeting instead, just for, but what we can do in the future with our apologies is ensure that when, that the city clerk's office will distribute when the agenda is packaged. I apologize sincerely for the miscommunication on staff side between our departments.
Andres, continue, please.
Oh, yeah, so I was speaking on the quasi-judicial, but I don't think Commissioner Smith uses a laptop. She doesn't. So she should have had hers a little while ago. That's the point.
If it's on the agenda, it was printed. It's in the book.
It's in her book?
She hasn't.
Okay. All right. As far as Jennings' disclosure, I spoke to Matt Amster. That's the only person I spoke to. I may have received some other calls, but didn't speak to anyone else but Matt Amster. Thank you.
And are you able to make your decision on the item?
Yes, based on the information that I received tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Commissioner Joseph?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't think I've had any type of discussion on this particular matter, and based on the information presented to me, I can make a fair and just decision.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
Mitch Epstein, and I spoke to the city manager.
Mike, please. Yes, couldn't hear you.
I spoke to Mitch Edelstein, and the city manager led me around the blocks today. As I was researching where it was going to go, I did speak to the city manager, and yes, I will base my decision on this beautiful presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Smuckler?
I spoke to Mitch Edelstein and Matt Amster, and I can make my decision based on the information I received here today.
And are you able to make, yes, you are, okay. Acting Mayor Jay Chernoff?
Yes, I too heard from Max Amster and Mitch Edelstein. And yes, I can make a decision today based on the information given.
Thank you. If you plan on giving testimony on this item, please raise your right hand. Members of the public, please stand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God? Your answer is? And I ask when you speak, because I can't get to see everyone, just please reiterate that you've been sworn in. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mayor, Commissioner, with your permission, we would like the applicant to present first.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Mr. Amster.
Good evening, Matt Amster, the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne.
Sorry to interrupt. Who's all part of your team? I want to see everyone who's part of your team.
Yeah, I will.
You're going to present everyone? Okay, thank you.
Was just about there. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Yeah, we can put those down for right now, certainly. Thanks, Mario. Here today representing Lennar Properties LLC, which is the applicant and owner of this assemblage. It's on Northeast 161st Street and basically between Northeast 19th Place and approaching 21st Avenue. With me today from our school is Zach Son in the back there. We have in the green here, we have Daniel Litton and Zach Kirshner. Our architect, Rocky Kaler, from my firm is Gray Crow. Civil engineer, Matthew Spieth, and landscape architect is Gabriela Foyt. And in the back, Joaquin Vargas, our traffic engineer. Anybody I missed? That's our team. That's here today. We've obviously been assisted by others, but we're here and I do have a presentation that I'll walk you through. This is in the International Boulevard Mixed Use District when it was expanded a couple years ago. It's the pink area that's on the upper right. The blue that's below it, the dark blue, is actually the city's, it's an operational facility that is, we're a block to the north of that. And just north of us is actually including, landscaping and sidewalks, as will our property itself. Here is the actual proposal. We're kind of looking to the southeast. You can see the circular white in the top is actually, that's the block south of us. That's the municipal facility. And so our area is in the middle and basically.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brandon Rocky Kaler. I'm with Kaler Architecture. I was sworn in earlier. Our office is Kaler Architecture, and we're located in Hollywood, Florida, at 2417 Hollywood Boulevard. So I'm actually stepping in for Joe Kaler tonight, and we have been having the honor to be the architect of records for the project. As you can see on the screen, we have 3 individual buildings that are being proposed as part of the project. Building A, which is the middle building in the center, the longer one-story building. That building is an existing industrial warehouse, which we are repurposing and beautifying for the use of the school. We are utilizing the existing structure to create a very industrial feel for the school that can be very different and unique. Building B is just to the left of that, which is a 2-story structure containing the cafeteria on the ground floor, as well as the boys' middle school on the second floor. There's also a daily chapel in that second building, Building B. And then to the left of that building is another 2-story volume, which is a 1-story gymnasium with bathrooms and a completely enclosed trash enclosure. Also, just to note as well, there is 2 parking lots as part of the ownership of the school. All the way to the right of the 1-story building, there is one that will be used as part for faculty and visitors and whatnot, as well as the parking lot across the street from the 2-story building. Lastly, to the right of the 2-story building, you'll also see an outdoor playground that's for utilization of the kids, and everything is completely contained within the site. Here you can see this is an overall site plan showing the general idea of what's being proposed. And this kind of breaks down the building in the middle, showing some classrooms, which we'll get further into, as well as the playground and the 2 additional buildings, the gymnasium and the 2-story building. Here you can see the traffic flow plan that we created. This project, we spent a significant amount of time just making sure to optimize the amount of queuing within our own site for pickup and drop off. And we really made it a very diligent effort to queue as much cars within our own site. Here as well is a...
Go into a little more depth of that.
Sure.
Of the queuing and how you did it?
Yeah, so like Mr. Amster had mentioned earlier, we have a traffic engineer that was part of the team that went through the calculations for pickup and drop off. We went through significant amount of site design to try to create a traffic flow that will allow for pickup and drop off to the left of the main building. All the way to the left. And entering will occur, if you look at the red arrows, the arrow that's showing at the top right, red arrow is the entrance point. You'll go into the site and begin the cars entering down that red arrow and queue around the outdoor playground, going around the back of the existing building and out at the top left red arrow. That creates for the most utilization of the site for queuing of cars. Is that?
In and out of on the same street?
Yes, but at the furthest points that we could create, yeah. Correct, yes. And the way it's designed is, as you can see with those red arrows queuing there, the blue are also one-way traffic that can be utilized. I don't know if you want to. And just to be clear, there's more than 30 cars that can be queued up at one single time within the site. And that's, how it's shown there on a further slide, which I'll show you. Okay. This next slide, you have a proposed pickup and drop-off area plan. Like you had mentioned earlier, Mr. Mayor, there is the red box to the left shows where the drop-off actually occurs. That's to the left of the existing building that's being repurposed. It is basically the furthest point that we could create to create that queuing effect.
I had a question about that. Did that also include school buses as well?
Right now, there's no school buses. This is a total of 396 students when they're at full capacity. There may be some smaller shuttle-like vehicles, and they can, if you just, from that front entrance, the entrance that is towards the right is a double-wide lane, and so you can, and there is a release gate in the south that goes to the street on the south, 160th Street. So larger vehicles, if needed, such as a shuttle, or even if they do have a bus, perhaps there's a field trip where they will need a bus to come to the facility, they can open up the gate in the south on 160th Street. So they can accommodate those larger vehicles. For the cars themselves, they will continue that circuitous route through the property to all be dropping off and picking up without any backup on the street. That queuing area actually is more vehicles than is needed for the capacity of the school.
Continue.
I would have said it the same way. Let's see here. Now, we were on the overall site plan level 2. This shows the second floor of all the buildings. As you can see here, like I mentioned, the building to the left is a 1-story. The middle building is a 2-story building with Boys Middle School on the second floor. And the building C to the right is just a 2-story volume gymnasium. So it's just showing that effect. Same thing again, this is the overall site plan showing the roof levels. On that building B, we do have a play area for the kids on the roof to try to utilize as much of the space for play area for the kids and that open space effect that we can create for the city. Here you can also see the open area calculation clearly labeled in green in relation to the rest of the site. That's just trying to show all the lush landscaping and try to effect of creating as much open space area as possible. Here is the proposed dedication area plan per the request of the city and the future expansion of the roadway to the north. We have a dedication occurring of 5 feet on both sides of the roadway, which we provided clearly, and that is matching the future conditions of the interest of the city for the widening of roadway. Here you can see some of the 2D elevations that go with the renderings in the middle here on the boards. We really did a lot of time to create an elevation that would be colorful, friendly, and contemporary. So we proposed a terracotta cladding that creates a lot of colorful effect while also having stucco with paint and just creating a lot of movement with the facade. And once again, we are repurposing the existing warehouse to create as part of the school. So in addition to the new construction buildings. So you can see here's building A, B, and C. Also here are further elevations, same kind of continuous look, terracotta cladding, stucco with paint. And here you can see further elevations, just emphasizing that colorful effect and wrapping it around the building itself. Yep. Sure, which one? Okay, I do want to clarify one thing, the gymnasium. Once again, as I mentioned earlier, it is a single-story, double-height building, and the building was, I'm blanking, 35 feet? 30, the height.
It's 30 feet.
30 feet in height, so which Mr. Amster will get to in a moment. Here you can see the colored renderings, the artist renderings. We think the building came up fabulous. This is the existing warehouse that is a squatty 1-story building, which we've created a very magnanimous effect of height and presence on the street. Here's another view of the existing building from the west. This is the entry point where the lobby is and offices and whatnot. This is the two-story cafeteria with Boys Middle School from the north side. And I think I'm going to pass it back to Mr. Amster. Does anybody have any questions for me in the meantime? No? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So real quick, just from the standpoint of compatibility with the neighborhood, this is today mostly one-story area. There can be five-story tall buildings here, but we're choosing to keep a low profile to be compatible. We do have the park across the street and other one- and two-story buildings nearby. But I think that this is a great example of the mixed-use district being proposed and a use that's compatible and helping to revitalize. They're adaptively reusing that warehouse building, which is what you're seeing here on the screen. And in the distance, you kind of see the two-story building. That's their cafeteria and offices, and beyond that, is same relative height is the gymnasium. It's a multi-purpose gymnasium. It allows for activities for the students to be in air conditioning, and they could have other uses in that building. We do have a small amount of variances that are mostly operationally minded. Again, for that gymnasium to be 30 feet tall as a single story, that needs a variance because a single story on the mixed use district is 20 feet by itself. But I will say that the first two stories of a mixed-use building can be 20 feet tall each, which would be 40 total feet. So our one-story, or at least larger-looking building, is shorter than a two-story, and certainly shorter than a five-story that is allowed. So that's one of our variances. Another one is there is safety and security concerns. This is a private Jewish school that does need to make sure that all their kids and faculty remain safe. And they've done this through a series of walls that are 5 feet tall and then have the metal pickets that you can see here in the diagram above. And that does require us to have a variance, but that's a very crucial element to the operation of a private Jewish school. And yet they've tried to work that into the design, I think they've done very effectively, as it matches the terracotta type of design that's on the building. A few other variances are this is a mixed-use district. There are glazing glass and transparency requirements for the street frontages, but that's essentially for retail or restaurants so that people walking by can see what's happening inside. This is a private Jewish school. Any school really should be mindful of how many onlookers you have from the outside. So we don't meet those commercial-oriented requirements of the code, but we think that we still have plenty of fenestration that will allow light and air, coming views into the classrooms, but also keeping the type of use, an educational facility, as well as for privacy, needs. So we're striking a balance, and I think basically with that, all of our requests are intended to meet the intent and purpose of the code. We've done our best to put all of our parking on our properties. One more variance is based on the amount of parking that's needed. This is an elementary and middle school. There are requirements in the code that there's one parking space per 4 students, but none of these students are actually going to be driving. So we have met, and we've done this for other schools as well. We have a faculty of 41 people. Those are the people that are going to likely be driving, and if they all drive individually, we have 47 spaces, so we have more than enough for all the people that need to drive to the facility, and then some for guests. And they're conveniently located right on our property. So with that, I wanted to mention, we did give a little short handout that is a map of 2 of our very close neighbors, shown in blue. We've gone to many, but these 2 have written letters of support for the project. So again, they're very closely related, one across the street and one next to the gymnasium building. And so with that, we are in agreement with all of the conditions in the staff's report and resolution. and we respectfully request your approval. Our team is here to answer any questions that you may have.
You're on, Edward.
Thank you, Mayor. Before taking my report, the staff presentation. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm for you for Lenore Academy. For the record, it's at 1998, 2000, 2054, 2065 Northeast 161 Street, and 2051 Northeast 160th Street. The site plan with 6 variance requests, quasi-judicial item 10.1. The applicant is Lenore Property, represented, as you know, by Mr. Amster, for the following folio number 072216 014 0160 072216 012 0650 072216 012 0600 072216 012 0700 072216 012 The property inside is about 2.5 acres, and it is in the mixed-use International Boulevard District. The adjacent zoning are MUEC, MUIB, and CF community facilities. Currently, it's used as a warehouse and light industrial and vacant land. The proposed gross floor area is 48,324 square feet, and the expected enrollment is 396 students. The applicant, as they mentioned it, requesting a site plan for institutional, elementary, and middle school that's private, with 41 staff members and 47 parking spaces, with variances for lot width and depth, minimum required parking spaces, clearance height for gym, security wall and fence, glazing and fenestration being wrapped into one requirement, and for setback from Northeast 19th Place. The item was heard on August 14th at the Planning and Zoning Board. They voted 6-0 to recommend approval, put together in the resolution. Project conditions, the applicant had to update the LOI to request the variance. Prior to the issuance of master building permit, the applicant had to retain a unit of title or covenant in lieu of title because there's amalgamation of a lot of properties that haven't been replatted, and so that is something that needs to be done. Prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy, the architect engineer who prepared the plan shall certify that all work was done in accordance with specifications. That's pretty standard. Prior to issuing certificate of occupancy for each building, applicant to provide a letter from a certified arborist or landscape architect certifying landscape installation according with the approved plans. And that prior to the, in conjunction with that, prior to the issuance of a master building permit, they have to provide an updated landscaping plan as well. And this also has to ensure that 25% or less of the species of palm tree. We want to make sure that there are shade trees on this property. I know that's the condition here. And they have to also, based on the final approved building permit plan, obtain all necessary approval from the Miami-Dade Fire Department and remove all wheel stop and all parking spaces. You see here at the location, as Commissioner Smith pointed out earlier, the city manager walked around that location. This is the in the MUIB eastern part of that district. See here at the aerial, I mentioned before the need for unity of title is because of this configuration of property that you see here that requires that. These are the existing site conditions with it, it's very different than what you saw for the applicant present as what the final intended outcome will be. The proposed site plan has 2 parking lots, A and B, with school buildings A, B, and C there, and some open space to the south. The vehicular and circulation plan was something that staff had really pressed on the applicant to provide greater detail on, particularly things that relate to students. And because the parking, part of the parking was across the street, though, we had to determine with the applicant how staff was going to cross, how do we ensure safety, how are these cars going to stack, particularly for drop-off. That's a critical concern whenever we're reviewing site plan for schools. The stacking capacity here is approximately 50 vehicles with additional access to parking lot A. And what we had to go back and ensure in the review process was that there was internal fire staging area, given how the site is configured and how the pathway is configured. There are 2 access points on 161st Street and 1 egress only on the south side for Northeast 160th Street. That had to be maintained for emergency purposes on both roadways, and that's why that's there. The parking lot spaces are 20 standard spaces with 4 ADA slots. Parking lot B had 27 standard spaces. They do meet the requirement for ADA parking space requirements. The traffic study review and findings show that capacity analysis shows that school drivers operate at acceptable level of service, and on-site vehicular capacity is sufficient. That's the number I just mentioned with the 50 stacking, and that is sufficient for staff and parent vehicles during critical drop-off and pickup times. To find that the projected daily trips are 1,628 peak AM peak hour trips are 385, and peak hour PM trip are 240. Corresponds to number of students that you expect to have in enrollment. So the Carter Union consultant reviewed the traffic impact study and offered the following condition for the applicant and the commission's consideration, that the school have a maximum student population of 396. The gate must remain open at least 30 minutes prior to arrival and dismissal times to allow for early parents to stage on site without spilling into the surrounding streets. Police control is recommended at the inbound only access driveway during arrival and dismissal time to ensure safety and traffic progression. And the staff report in Figure 7, there is a traffic operation plan. We are recommending that be a condition that be implemented, and it should be updated as necessary. For schools, staff generally recommend that this be done yearly. To the variances, variance 1, a lot width and lot depth. The proposed development will consist of a line of building development with on a lot, linear building development on a lot with a width of 650 feet, where 300 feet at the maximum allowed, and to allow a lot depth of 131 feet with a minimum required 170 feet. That had to deal with the odd assemblage of properties in order to create the school. That finds that the applicant seeks to develop property pursuant to the lot intensity in accordance with and encouraged by the MUIB district regulation. Configured in parts I mentioned is what makes it so difficult to ensure the width and lot standards are provided. Variance number 2, the minimum parking space variance. Pursuant to, that Mr. Amster had mentioned, there is 47 proposed on-site parking, whereas if you go by the 4 students per parking space for 396 students, you're expecting 99 spaces. That finding, if the commission approves this variance, we recommend to you that the applicant must ensure that there's a unit title, ensure that those parking lots are not going to just go away at some point, and everything is unified at one subject parcel, just to ensure that those 47 at the variance you're approving remain in place permanently for the life of the use of this building. Variance number 3, the ground level height for gym, ground level storage will be permitted at a maximum height of 20 feet. The applicant is proposing 30 feet for the interior gym. Just from a design standpoint, you have a gymnasium for kids, or taller ceilings. Staff looked at that like this is what we grew up with in our schools as well. So in terms of activity, and that's what we presented to you today for indoor extracurricular, actually for the students. Variance number 4, security wall and fence height. This is where staff looked at it, and our regular standards require that no permanent fence, wall, or hedge shall exceed 6 feet in height. However, as these are students and young students in a Jewish school, the applicant has come forward and requested a variance for 8-foot wall around the perimeter in order to enhance security for both students and staff. Variance number 5, fenestration standard variance. The proposed applicant proposed to provide 24% fenestration where 30% is required. The reasoning is that that they asked for that change is because the fenestration standards were written for a commercial building, and this is a school building where you want to design the inflow of light and windows a certain way from an academic standpoint, and this is their desired design to request for a variance from the commission. And this actually is combined with variance 6 with its glazing, where they are asking for 30% glazing where 70% is required. The intent to provide protection and privacy for students, teachers and staff within the classroom and gymnasium building. And the last one is serve at the parking needs of the campus and provide sufficient circulation throughout the site. Staff review to the site plan criteria as normal, natural environment side through landscape and lighting as with other plans, and look toward the variance review standard as required. The board options are to move for approval, the variance and site plan, or to move for denial.
And staff's recommendation?
Staff had
the zoning requirements, sir, and we believe that they're addressing the variances.
All right, public, comments from the public? Come on up. John, was he sworn in?
Says he was sworn in.
Sworn in, yes. When did that take place? Everyone else was sworn in.
Yeah, there were quite a few.
Madam Clerk, she's the one responsible. Can she confirm that he was sworn in?
I cannot confirm that everyone was sworn in. I did ask them, because it was all of them standing in different rows, I did ask when they come up to speak to please reiterate that they were sworn in.
Okay.
And he just stated he has been sworn in.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay, Inc. I may be the only certified school teacher here, social studies specifically. And so our concepts, I hope you've factored in. It looks great as long as it never rains or is windy. What happens when it does? I would presume there would be parking underneath, like at the Aventura Publix. Furthermore, you have parking for normal activities. What happens when all parents are expected to show up? Furthermore, you're expecting the use of normal cars with 2 axles. I don't know if you've seen around the Publix at what's now 10th Avenue. I suspect you're going to see a lot of huge vehicles, the kind that are 15 passengers. They're quite high and quite wide. I hope you've planned for that. I'm also curious about how many local residents will be in their employ. I doubt they will be hiring state-certified teachers like myself, so I'm truly impartial. I know they will never hire me, as well as security guards. Again, these are the things that you come across when you've been a substitute teacher for a dozen years, including a couple of years up and down 163rd, 167th Street. I hope well, okay, they're less likely to be violent at that age, but you never know. And I respect the, raising the height. It'll make everyone feel better, if nothing else, the height of the fence. And again, I just want to make sure that these designers have checked against what's actually likely to happen here. They've actually looked at the local schools, both public and private, in this area to deal with our temperature, wind, humidity. And that's not just creating a trap that's going to have to be handled by, plumbers and, duct workers. So good luck and prove me wrong. Thank you. David Zapin.
Thank you. Anybody else? For or against? Public hearing's closed. Council, did we move it or second it? Yeah, let's make sure we moved it or seconded it.
Make a motion to move it if we didn't.
Okay, there's a motion. Who's second?
Kind of confused here. So we introduced it, right?
Yeah, we introduced it. Now
Can we have a discussion and then?
before? Yeah, go ahead.
Either way, historically, you've moved it for discussion purposes. Does not necessarily, it gets moved and seconded for discussion purposes. And just because any of you all may be the party that is the second or maker of the motion, does not necessarily mean that you are voting in favor or against. It's just,
we're having discussion.
Just as for discussion purposes, put it before the city commission for discussion.
So Commissioner Smith motioned. Was there a second? Commissioner Smith motioned
To approve it for
the item.
Second.
Thank
discussion
you.
purpose.
Okay, so discussion. Commissioner Jean.
Thank you. So I had a couple questions, one starting with what the staff mentioned about police control. I'll just ask all my questions and you can answer to your leisure. Would you say the school will be responsible for the safety, or would you want to see a partnership with the city and the school as it relates to the staff recommendation of police control? The second question is, I recently had a tour of Taurus Emis with one of the county transportation individuals because there isn't a crosswalk going from the school to no lights or anything of that sort. So have you all spoken to the county as it relates to having the proper signaling and crosswalks and signage as it relates to what's needed for the school? And also, is there any benefit to the Jewish families in North Miami Beach as it relates to any scholarship opportunities that you guys are willing to offer?
So as far as their security needs, what they're doing today in Aventura is what they plan to do here. They will have 4 private security guards, and then they have further assistance from staff during drop-off and pickup time. It's very similar to how Taurus MS works. They have security guards there throughout the entire day, more at the drop-off and pickup times, as well as, so they're strategically located, including out at the school, to help make sure that people, again, eventually, when everybody gets familiar with this, it's the same people coming all the time, so they will be very familiar with how the traffic pattern works, where to enter, how to go properly through the line. So that is presently how they propose to meet the needs here. For school-related, county requirements, there is a permit review that will happen because it is a school located within Miami-Dade County, and we have already had our both traffic experts and their operational team designing this, especially the drop-off and pickup area. We have a very thorough operations plan for all of the drop-off and pickup activities that we believe will be able to be reviewed and approved by the county.
Because I didn't see anything in the mock-up that alludes to there being, eventual signage. So that's why I was asking.
Signage for
any particular school area has signs and?
Yeah, I'm sure that there'll be a necessary wayfinding signs, but also just, buildings A, B, and C will get their signs. Guest parking will probably be identified.
More so for traffic, I'm saying for safety reasons.
What she's asking, and if you allow me, I believe she's asking for a crosswalk between your parking lots so that if there is crossing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All the traffic and the drop-off and pickup happens on the south side of the street, so that no kids need to cross the street ever. That is done purposefully for their safety. The parking lot that's on the right, and depends which drawing you're looking at. Anyway, the west of the building is also on the south side of the street. That's for mostly faculty. They will also be able to come in there and not have to cross the street. Some faculty will be in the north parking lot, which is across the street. There is an identified and a new crosswalk. There's a condition of approval that we need to get all the agencies needed, which is likely both county and city. Certainly your public works department and community development will all work together to make sure it's an appropriate crosswalk. But that is for adults. But at the time of drop off and pickup, there will be, the security guards will be out at both entrances, the entrance and the exit, to help make sure that people are, in vehicles coming to the site are doing what they need to and going where they're supposed to be going. And as I said, this is a school with usual common people coming and getting used to this and knowing how to operate. There are also a number of new on-street parking spaces that will be available, which can also be utilized for guests and visitors, and can be used accordingly during the drop-off and pickup time as needed with the guidance of the security guards. Was that?
The scholarship, are there any scholarships being offered to NMB families?
I'm sure they can consider that. Again, they're not operating in North Miami Beach right now. They need time to go through the permitting and construction process, but some of the representatives are here. I'm sure that that's something that they can certainly consider when this becomes their new home.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. At Planning and Zoning, did anybody come to object?
Commissioner, planning and zoning, to my recollection, no one came to object on this development.
Thank you. What age will this school be?
It's kindergarten through 8th grade.
Let me ask you,
I stand corrected. It's 1st through 8th grade.
okay. So let me ask you, the 8-foot fence around the perimeter, that's a CBS wall, or that's the metal fence that you can see through?
It's a combination, 5-foot solid and then 3 feet of the metal pickets on top.
So it's, one of the things that North Miami Beach has in effect is how high the hedge can be, et cetera, because of safety, that you can't see what's going on behind it. And that's why it concerns me that there'll be a 5-foot wall that people won't be able to see what activity, as security from North Miami Beach are roving to make sure that everything's fine with the students. The way I saw that, when you go to the building behind, was I right, Mr. Ning, that you said that street had to be open because?
To clarify, Commissioner, what I mentioned was that the property had access and egress on both those streets, and both sides should have some sort of opening for emergency purposes, yes.
So the students are going to walk where public can come? They have to walk across to go to either the cafeteria, the gym, where the public has access?
No. I don't know which, let me see.
No, address Mr. Ning, what he is saying,
There's
so.
one behind you.
So that, where that red line is, right there, is that open to the public?
No, this is our private property. That is a private driveway for the entrance to, drop off and pick up the students.
So
It is
when-
not open unless the school would want it to be open to allow for public, which would be people who are visiting. They would likely be directed to the parking areas and not actually have to come into this private driveway.
Okay, so what were you,
To clarify, Commissioner, the key word was that for emergency purposes, they had to be openable. For the key was that there were emergency purposes.
only emergency? In other words, it can be the kids, I'm worried about safety. So the children are safe, it's closed up, but if there's an emergency, then they have to open it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you, when there's activities, where are the parents going to park?
So as they operate today, there is no school-wide assembly, and there probably isn't room for that even in this nice gymnasium that they're going to build. So they only do events based on by grade, right? So remember, there's 1 through 8 grades, and so those are much smaller size events, typically at a maximum of about 36 students. So the combination of, again, some of those events, if they're held during the day, there are the additional guest spaces. There's plentiful parking on both sides of the street. There's actually a good 20 or so spaces on our side, the south side, but also the park across the street has 32 spaces right on the street. So there's plentiful spaces for the additional traffic that an event, which does not happen regularly, would be able to be accommodated. And if that event were to happen after hours, then all the faculty doesn't need to be there either. So likely all these parents and family would just park in the 2 parking lots that the school has. So it's
And 396 is the capacity?
that's the full capacity, which they're not at their current location. It's going to take them a certain number of years before they reach that maximum. But they are still not. There's no facilities here to have a school-wide assembly or event. So they're all smaller in nature. As an example, they give a Bible text to some of their, advancing classes, and that's a small event that the parents and roughly at maximum capacity, 36 students would need to be provided, a parking, which the location, again, they can choose to have that after hours, which would certainly help, and they use all their parking on their property and not have to worry about it. But there is that additional on-street parking right nearby.
As I said, I rode by it today several times, going around and around to try to understand. And I think what it'll do for the neighborhood is really a big shot in the arm, really, to have a new building like this come forth. I was on the council when we had a vote for a basketball court on top of the old Beth Torah building. And everybody in the audience was appalled that the ball will go on 163rd Street, that this is it. And you know what? It's been an absolute no problem. There's been the only thing that concerns me is the solid wall. Because when you can't see what's going on behind it, to me, it's what's going on that's the only thing that really concerns me. And I guess it's where the children are. If you can see that they're safe, that's one thing. If maybe the solid wall is, I don't know.
So the 2 entrances do not have a solid wall.
Mm-hmm.
And again, there are pickets above, and it's and at the far west side, which is the parking lot that's on the same side as the buildings, there's plentiful area that will also, is distance from the building. So you will have views based on your angle or walking on the sidewalk. You'll still be able to see the building. You'll still be able to tell that, it needs to be identified as a school for safety, but there'll also be plentiful landscaping both on the inside of the wall and on the outside of the wall. Some of our renderings showed that, true to what our proposal is, that there'll be trees to beautify, which also help to shield some of the wall. And I think that is a good combination to meet the security needs that our children deserve.
And it was 300 feet required and 600 feet or something like that is what they're going to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Thank you. So I totally get what you're saying, Commissioner Smith, about the wall. Totally get it. But having had kids in Jewish day school, I appreciate the wall. I get that you want the police to be able to see, but at the same time, I don't want the wrong people looking inside and seeing the kids from the Jewish school, which is unfortunately could be a target. So that's my opinion about the wall. You said that there's going to be approximately 36 kids. Is it per grade or per class?
Well, each classroom has a maximum of 18 students, and some of the grades are only one class, but most of them are two. So that's where
Okay, so if they have
two classrooms is 36.
Okay, so if there's a grandparents' day, it would be the maximum of 36. But that would be two sets of grandparents, so it'd be 72 cars.
They carpool together.
If they get along. Okay, all right, that's something the school is going to have to figure out on a day like that.
Yeah, I mean, we've looked into that too. The block north of the park, which is not that far away, is a number of office buildings that, again, with lots of surface parking, if you actually, if it was needed, and certainly if it's after hours when offices, which today aren't used fully at capacity either, there would be an opportunity, again, for these very few infrequent larger events that you could look to utilize spaces there, maybe have a little shuttle to help people get to it.
Right, but grandparents' day is usually during the school where the kids will.
Yeah, but so they still, what they do is they stagger that so that it's only based on, a group of 36 at a time. So that's the way that they already manage it, because they're already in a facility that has challenging, with space needs, and it works for them, and that's how they operate. So that's what their plan is, to continue to do.
Times two sets of grandparents. So, okay, all right, thank you.
Michael, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Have you guys reached out to other Jewish day schools like Beth Torah, Torah Semis at all? The ones that we have in our city to get any support? Or
Yeah, sure. This operations team talked extensively to the Torah Semis people to find out what, the learnings, the pros and cons of, going through the process, what works on their property. And so I think that they've had, and I imagine, I can't speak to them, but I would imagine they have a good working relationship with most of the schools in the area, especially those that have high school, because those are where their kids are going to, graduate and move on to.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that the school is going to be accepting the school vouchers, so that helps the students with financial needs.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Call the question, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Acting Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
The item passes 6-0.
Good luck.
Thank you all very much.
When is it going to start?
They got to build first.
I know. When? When is the first shovel going in the ground?
Permitting will start as soon as we can get there, which likely is a 6 or so month permitting process. So I'm going to say sometime next year they'll break ground.
And And the architect,
Maybe
you're
2020.
cousins with Nelson Wegner? Okay. Yeah, yeah.
All right, number 10.2, resolution number R 2023-104, Univita Medical Center conditional use request.
Remove to approve.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Joseph. Mr. Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this is resolution number R 2023-104, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, granting conditional use approval in accordance with Section 24-175 of the North Miami Beach Zoning and Land Development Code for the operation of a 4,447 square foot medical office located at 17100 Northeast 19th Avenue, North Miami Beach, Florida, within the Residential Office Zoning District, RO, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Applicant?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Jennings.
Pardon me.
Hold on, before we start,
I'm sorry.
we have to disclose any ex parte communications.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk.
Pursuant to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communications, together with the identity of the person or group or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I received Jennings' disclosure forms of Commissioner Daniela Jean, so we'll start with Commissioner Florimon.
I've not spoken to anyone about this project, and I am able to make my decision on the information presented to me this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Smith?
I spoke to the attorney standing before us, and I spoke to the manager. And I'll base my decision on their presentation.
Commissioner Smuckler?
I spoke to Javi Vasquez and I spoke to the manager at the workshop last week, and I can make my decision based on the information I received here tonight.
Acting Mayor Chernoff?
I did speak with, I believe, the gentleman standing before me, and I can make a decision based on the information presented.
Commissioner Joseph?
To the best of my knowledge, I have not spoken to anyone specifically about this issue, but I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. If you plan on providing testimony for this item, please raise your right hand. Stand and raise your right hand, please. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God? And your answer is? And again, please, just reiterate when you speak that you were sworn in. Thank you.
It's all yours.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Commission members. My name is Javi Vasquez. Our law offices are at 1450 Brickell Avenue, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the property owner, 17100 Property Holdings, LLC, but more importantly, the company behind that, which is Univita Medical Centers. Joining me tonight is Mr. Eddie Muina, who is part of our architectural team. I'm going to keep the presentation brief. Staff's going to supplement my presentation with their review side. But the subject property is the existing building at 17100 Northeast 19th Avenue. The request before you tonight is for a conditional use approval for a proposed medical center, which, as I just mentioned, is a Univita Medical Center. The property is currently zoned RO, and the proposed use is a conditionally permitted in the RO district. Just as a note, there is no site plan approval required because of the fact that, as it mentions in your staff report, there's an absence of substantial shifts in the land use, significant interior alterations, changes in required parking. So everything's pretty much remaining as is. It's just a much needed upgrade to that building for this proposed medical center. Staff has done a great job of providing you with a summary of its review, the conditional use review standards, which I will not reiterate because I know Mr. Eng is going to go over them, but they are in your staff report. This application was recommended for approval by your Planning and Zoning Board last month. We are in agreement with the 4 conditions that staff is recommending as part of an approval. We are not aware of any opposition in this matter. And having said that, I will respectfully close and remain for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Ning.
Thank you, Mayor. We can bring that back on the screen. For the record, this property is at 17100 Northeast 19th Avenue, folio number 072209042670, 072209042680, 072209042690 for a 4,447 square foot growth area building that at Mr. mentioned it's RO. The request is a conditional use, no site plan is required. Per section 24-50C, a medical office use is subject to conditional use review. Do note that the Planning and Zoning Board, in its vote for 5-0, did recommend and request that the additional ADA parking space on site where feasible is provided, which Vecchia said his client has agreed to, as he just mentioned. You see here that it's the property is just right outside, across the catty corner from us right now, currently vacant, correct? No.
Yes.
Yeah. And it is, for the record, outpatient services only. That's a critical distinction staff had to go through in the review process and review the site plan, the floor plan, and so forth. This is what you see here. Again, this is not a site plan approval, but we do check to make sure that it is utilizable for the purposes of what is being proposed for conditional use before providing this forward to Planning, Zoning Board, and Commission. Traffic analysis indicates the net new peak will not have significant impacts. We reviewed it again to conditional use review standards, and the project before you today had new plan layout, 22 parking spaces, 2 ADA parking spaces now instead of 1. And the more motions are to move for approval or move for denial of conditional use.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to address us in regard to this applicant? Yep, come on up.
David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay. I'm curious if this facility will be of any help with the indigent who obviously need mental, if not physical, health care. I realize they often just drift through North Miami Beach proper. They tend to be on the outskirts to be harder for either police force or the county police to monitor. I see them as a vector for the various diseases that obviously change with the summer, as mosquitoes can harm them, and thus creating, vectors for, those of us with the privilege of, soap and water. So I'll be glad to see that facility, open again. I've seen that for rent for how long? It'll be good to see some, what's the correct term, infill of the real estate around here. But I just hope it can take some of the pressure off of the other safety nets, such as Jackson North. Not that long ago, I saw an older man trying to cross the street, fail as his leg muscles literally gave out from under him. Fortunately, I was in a car, I was able to block traffic, some others collected him. But how often is that happening without oversight? And so I hope this facility can limit the damage as we deal with an older, sicker population, at least in the short term. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing no more. Council? Commission? I keep calling you council. Commission? Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you. I want to know what population are you dealing with demographically? Are you dealing with over 65? Are you dealing with Medicare? What?
It is the Medicare demographic. There is transportation provided to bring them to this location, and but yes, it's the older.
Are you going to be using vehicles that are being parked at this particular location?
The Univita model, people that are still able to drive can drive, but transportation is provided, and vehicles would not be stored or parked on location.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Nang, did you have anybody object to come to the planning and zoning?
We did not have any objection to planning and zoning, and we have not received any public comments either by email on this.
It was a 5-0 vote in favor, I see.
Yes, ma'am. With the condition as mentioned earlier on the ADA space, which the applicant has accepted.
So one of the purposes that I understood was for them to be able to transport and to bring in your clientele. Is that correct? You're going to make it more like a clinic where you can bring people in?
Oh, absolutely, yes. It's as Mr. Eng mentioned, it's outpatient services. And I've seen their operation. They have a great blueprint and a great business model. And it's great they've been fantastic for every community, and especially for this catty corner location that needs such an upgrade. Their model is outpatient services and as I mentioned, for the elderly community, primarily the Medicare community.
So do they have their own mode of transportation? That's one of the concerns I'm going to have in reference to the fact that, like somebody had mentioned already about disabled people, et cetera, do they come with their own mode of transportation?
As I mentioned,
or that will be yours?
As I just mentioned, some are able to drive and parking is provided, but some are also transported based on transportation that is provided by the Univita operation. And again, the buses and the transportation are not parked there.
There is plenty of parking in the back of that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner John?
What was your name again? I didn't have the pleasure to meet you prior.
Javier Vasquez.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Joseph?
Thank you. No, I got a call. I got a missed call.
Yes, I believe.
But we never talked.
Yeah.
But to Commissioner Smith's point, I appreciate these standalone facilities because at my office building, there's a lot of doctor's offices, and it's hard for these buses to come in and drop patients and then take an elevator or whatever. These types of facilities, I think, is better accustomed to receiving a lot of these types of patients, Medicare and Medicaid recipients and stuff like that. So I think it's a great add-on to our community, and I'm looking forward to supporting it.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I missed you.
I look forward to you revitalizing that building. It's been a building that's had many attorneys in our community for a long time, and it's about time somebody occupies it. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All those, call the roll, please.
I had a beauty parlor want to buy it once.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smucker?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Acting Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
The item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Have a great night. Thank you.
10.3, resolution number R 2023-105, Palm Air Site Plan. No.
Site reading, okay.
Is there a move to introduce?
I make the move to introduce.
Second.
Mr. Attorney Jennings?
I can read the title first, and then, Just bear with me because it's very long. Resolution number R 2023-105, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, granting a variance from Section 24-58 K2BI to allow decorative screening of the north parking garage elevation fronting Northeast 168th Street, secondary street frontage, in lieu of the required habitable liner building, granting a variance from Section 24-58 K2BI to allow decorative screening of the south parking garage elevation fronting the Northeast 167th Street, secondary street frontage, in lieu of the required habitable liner building, granting a variance from Section 24-58 K2B2 to provide a variance from to provide a 36-foot wide entrance with one ingress and two egress lanes in the south garage, granting a variance from Section 24-58 R2A to allow portions of the ground floor in Building 3 to be 24 feet and 4 inches in height, where 20 feet is the maximum height allowed, granting a variance from Section 24-58 R2A to allow portions of the ground floor in the north garage to be 24 feet and 4 inches in height, where 20 feet is the maximum height allowed, granting a variance from Section 24-58 R2A to allow portions of the ground floor in the south garage to be 24 feet and 4 inches in height, where 20 feet is the maximum height allowed, granting a variance from Section 24-58 S1A to allow the south side of the Building 1 to have a length of 405 feet and 9 inches, where the maximum building length allowed by code is 300 feet, granting a variance from Section 24-58 S2A to allow Lot 1 to have a block length of 825 feet and a perimeter of approximately 2,000 feet when the maximum block length is 600 feet and the maximum perimeter allowed is 1,900 feet, granting a variance from Section 24-58.1 I2G, Figure MUTC 17, to provide a canal greenway type 6 with a landscape area between the canal greenway and the multi-purpose trail having a width less than 15 feet along portions of the greenway that front Building 2, where the canal greenway type 6 requires a 15-foot landscaped area between the canal waters and the multi-use trails, granting a variance from Section 24-58.1 I2G2, Figure MUTC-17, to provide a minimum width of 11 feet along portions of the Canal Greenway multipurpose trail that front the southwest corner of Building 2, where the Canal Greenway Type 6 requires consistency in the multipurpose trail with a minimum of 15 feet, granting a variance from Section 24-58.1 K1, Table MUTC4, to allow for a maximum setback of 17 feet and 11 inches for Building 1 along a portion of the building that fronts the Canal Greenway, where a maximum setback of 15 feet is required, granting a variance from Section 24-58.1 K1, Table MUTC4, to provide a 20% building frontage along the Canal Greenway for Building 2, where a minimum of 90% of building frontage is required, granting a variance from Section 24-58.1 K1, Table MUTC4, to allow for a maximum setback of 115 feet and 11 inches for Building 2 along the portions of the building that front the Canal Greenway, where a maximum setback of 15 feet is required, granting a variance from Section 24-58.1 K1, Table MUTC4, to provide a 14% building frontage along the Canal Greenway for the south parking garage, where a minimum of 90% of building frontage is required, granting a variance from Section 24-58.1 K1, Table MUTC4, to allow for a maximum setback of 18 feet for the south parking garage along the portions of the building that front the Canal Greenway, where a maximum setback of 15 feet is required, granting a variance from Section 24-93C2A to allow for handicap parking spaces to be 12 feet in width and 18 inches in length, where standard handicap parking spaces are required to have a minimum of 12 feet in width and 20 feet in length, and approving the site plan application with conditions for the construction of a multifamily mixed-use development with 728 residential units with 2 parking garages of a total of 202 on-street parking spaces, 400 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 784 off-street parking spaces on a four-parcel site currently occupied by 3 four-story educational buildings, a parking deck, and an educational and a surface parking lot previously hosting Nova Southeastern University, located at 1699, 1750, and 1755 Northeast 167th Street, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitations of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Attorney, all yours. Oh, Jennings.
Pursuant to Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. I received Jennings' disclosure form from Commissioner Danielle Agin, so we'll start with Commissioner Florimond.
While in general, I've spoken to several people about this project, but this particular item in front of us, I've only spoken to Matt Amster. That's good? It's okay?
And are you,
And I'm able to make my decision based on the information received tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph?
To the best of my knowledge, I think I've had discussions going back for about a year or so with the developer, I believe, mentioning the project, and Mr. Karp, who does beautiful designs as always. And I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
I spoke with Mr. Amster the last go-round, not this time. I spoke with Mitch Edelstein, and I spoke with the city manager, and I will pay attention and base my vote on what I hear tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuggler?
I spoke to Mitch Edelstein and to Matt Amster, and if I've spoken to someone else, I can't remember at the moment, and I can make a decision based on the information I hear tonight.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Chernoff?
I believe the only one I spoke to was the architect, Kobe Karp. And I can make my decision based on the presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Acting Mayor, members of the commission, there is a corresponding legislative item that is needed in order for this project to proceed if you were to approve it. And the applicant has informed staff that they would like to essentially, along with staff, to present both items at the same time. Obviously, they would be separate votes. And one would be, the obvious site plan, the variances would be subject to the quasi-judicial rules and a determination that you're basing your decision on competent substantial evidence of record presented here this evening, whereas the legislative item would be the broader standard. But it is proposed ordinance number 2023-07, which is on for second reading. There was an in-depth presentation and discussion when it came before you at the last meeting for first reading. And so with your permission, Mr. Mayor, or Acting Mayor, I'd like to read the ordinance into the record as well.
Please do.
It's ordinance number 2023-07, entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 5, Zoning Use District, Section 24-58, Mixed Use District, to provide an exception for a cul-de-sac T turnaround on the existing dead-end street of Northeast 167th Street at the Snake Creek Canal, and amending Section 24-58.1 entitled Fulford Mixed Use Town Center District, MUTC, subsection H, entitled Street Network Connectivity, regulating plan and street standards to provide specific street sections and standards for on-street perpendicular parking drop-off areas and a cul-de-sac T turnaround for Northeast 167th and 168th Streets and Northeast 17th and 18th Avenues in the Edge subdistrict of the MUTC, providing for conflict, severability, and codification, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, it's all yours.
1 second. Can I swear them in, please?
Excuse me?
I haven't sworn him in.
Oh,
You didn't swear him in, but the other witnesses.
he was sworn in at the last hearing.
Each
We have
item.
other members of our team.
Have to do it at each one?
For each item, there's only, I think the architect wasn't here when the initial swearing in took place.
Before she swears it in, Mr. Mayor, could I just ask for clarification? Do you want us to vote on the second reading in conjunction with this? So which way are we doing it?
You will vote on the site plan application and the variance request, and then vote on the ordinance separately. There will be two separate roll call votes.
Do the site plan first?
We're doing the-
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Carp needs to be sworn in.
Everyone.
Anyway.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
do.
Okay, again, I can't see everyone, so respectfully I ask if you're going to speak, just, reiterate that you were sworn in. Thank you.
Now it's all yours.
Good evening again. Thank you, Matt Amster with the law firm of Burke, Howardell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing PPG Arc Equishares Owner, LLC, which is the owner and applicant. These are the properties that were the former Nova Southeastern Dental School. With me today, just to help point it out, I have Ari Pearl and Miriam Unger from ownership. Kobe Karp, our wonderful architect. In the back, we have Juan Espinosa, our traffic engineer. Chris Eves is our landscape architect. And Greg Crow from my office. I hope I captured everybody. Oh, yes. Kevin Betancourt and is our civil, and Johanna Ojeda is also with Kobe's office. So we were here last month with the first reading of the text amendment that's mainly for this project, although has extra benefits for the city. And we gave a very short presentation of the project because it related to that text amendment that was for perpendicular parking on the street, drop-off and pickup areas, and very importantly for this project as well as other projects within mixed-use districts, how to treat dead ends on the Snake Creek Canal. So today is the second reading of that, which is part and parcel of our actual site plan. We now get to present that full site plan to you. And you can see it here on the screen. This is where the big curve in the Snake Creek Canal happens. Again, this is the assemblage that's the Nova Southeastern School. It's quite irregular in shape, but that's what we had to deal with. It is on both sides of 167th Street, which has actually been taken into consideration, and due to the size and the nature of this, as well as it fronting the canal, this is a great opportunity to bring a new residential community. You can see on the left, which is to the north, there's single-family homes, and obviously at the very bottom of the picture is the canal itself, which is to the west. This is the edge of this mixed-use district. It's not going to expand, and so it can be taken as little enclave that has these unique characteristics, irregularly shaped, as well as being a transition where 8 stories at most along the canal, then it transitions to 6 stories and 3 stories to properly buffer into the neighborhood. That's exactly what the code requires, and I know we had a long list of variances, but to every extent that we were able to, we have tried to meet the code fully, and where we have that long list, I'll show you real briefly that this is a project that is definitely meeting the intent of putting in multifamily where it's needed in the right scale and height and transition. But I do want to point out that's over 1,000 feet of frontage along the canal that will all be improved based on how this mixed-use district requires it, which is a 15-foot multi-purpose trail. It does get a little squeezed when you round the corner, but it still is going to be wide enough for pedestrians and bicyclists to use. It'll be landscaped. We're going to have other amenities, dog park, and seating areas that are actually public art. But just to make sure everyone's aware, there used to be a street, at least partial vehicular traffic could go along the backside of this project. That will be no more, because that's what, since 2015, that the mixed-use district called an end to it. And so that's where it'll be replaced with a multi-purpose trail and beautiful landscaping throughout. So Ari Pearl is basically PPG Development. He's been in this business for over 20 years in South Florida, puts up lots of projects, and I will say I've worked with him for at least 15 years, and he definitely makes sure projects get done. He's also worked with Kobe, and it's almost full circle. 20 years ago, they did a townhouse development right down the street from this, right in North Miami Beach. So they're teaming up again to help out the city. This is just some of their other projects, Hallandale Beach, for example, Bay Harbor Islands. Here's the existing Nova campus. And here you can see well that sharp curve in the canal. And I'm going to bring up Kobe so we can go right into the project.
Hi, good evening, and thank you so much. I'll try to be brief. As everybody knows the location, and by the way, working with your staff has been a real pleasure. Very professional, very knowledgeable. It's and very methodical. And what you can see here, basically what we did is we took the residential buildings. We created the promenade along the water, which we feel is very important because then it also gives you a physical relationship to the park, to the sports field, Mishkan across the water. We have an opportunity from 18 through 17 to bring you through the property, make it pedestrian friendly. You can walk with your friend, with your family, with your pets, whatever you like, sunrise, sunset, and really have a nice experience. And it's not just for the folks who live in the buildings, but it's also for the nearby community. And that's why you see this beautiful landscape plan done by Whitkin, which really brings the shaded trees and the landscaping and the green all the way around the site. Right now, it's a bit commercial. Because that's what the uses have been in the past. Right now, we're looking to make it more the residential component with a little bit of commercial on the ground level. This is the linear park along the water. You can see the pocket parks. Those pocket parks and green spaces open up and allow you to sit in benches and walk around the whole property. So the whole property comes back into the community and into the public. That's what's nice about it. There's walking paths along the street, shade trees in the middle. You can see the landscaping and the art that we desire to put. Your staff has been very methodical into the trees, into how wide the walkways are. Make sure that there's seating areas and landscaping all the way around. This is some of the art in the public spaces we're looking to have. You can see what we also did is we took our amenity areas and our pools and we put them on top of the garage so that most of the land comes back to the public visibility, accessibility. And the clubhouse and the pools are on top of the garage right there. You can see them in blue. This is how we have broken up the site. The ability now, this is the clubhouse with the pool amenity area. This is the image of what it would look like. On the left-hand side is the Passage Paseo along the water. On the right-hand side is Avenue running north and south. Here you can see looking a full parking availability all the way around the site. We have met with your staff and took care to create certain commercial uses at the ground level to make Passage and Paseos through the site also, so that not only are you walking along the public right-of-ways, but you can also penetrate the site and connect to the water in the mid-blocks. That's that image right there. And obviously, as the buildings go to the north, they get a bit shorter. And this is just to give you some images and the feeling for it. I don't want to take up too much of your time. The materials, the finishes, very high quality. Like was mentioned, PPG is desiring to make it a signature legacy project for themselves. And with that, I'll be quiet because I can keep on going for hours. Thank you so much for your time. That's fine.
So as this actual image is actually helpful to, unlike the private Jewish school that we just did, this is a area for the public to go through this private property, right? It's a very long assemblage going east-west. We've opened up both a pedestrian vehicle paseo in the north, which comes north-south, as well as on the south side, it's all pedestrians only that allows for the public to go through the property, see the beautiful landscaping. This is an opportunity for us to put in even additional public art. And that you're facing the canal, so you go underneath through the breezeway of that building, and you get to the canal. So it's very public friendly. Both on 2 slides, I can actually sum up all of the variances that we have. Here is a great example. The blue lines are showing you that we have an irregular shaped assemblage. It is very long, but that's what we get from stepping into the shoes of the prior Nova school. But those uneven property lines make for difficulty in designing and laying out your buildings. You can see as you go on the left side, it actually has a little Z. There's like a zigzag in the property line that's incredibly difficult, right? On the canal frontage, you have to have, it's a 0-foot minimum and 15-foot maximum setback. It is impossible to do that in that zigzag area. And then as you round the corner, you know, the canal comes in and starts to reduce the amount of space that is available for the city's proposed waterfront, you know, multi-purpose trail and landscaping. However, as I mentioned, we're able to maximize that to its greatest potential. I think at minimum, the 15-foot wide canal multi-purpose trail is 11 feet, so it's still plentiful. We've worked well with staff on making sure that the trees are a little bit thinner in that area for safety of pedestrians passing in both directions. I mean, I will say, as Kobe did mention, we've been at this project for over a year. And you can see here through the middle, it says even Breezeway Paseo in the south part. This was one of the ideas that came out of resolving problems with this development on such an irregular shape. And so staff's input has been great and actually has helped to create an improved project that we're presenting to you today. And yet it still is so difficult to avoid any variance requests. Above the bottom blue line, you can see some orange and yellow. Those are areas of the building that maybe we're not meeting the exact setback, but you can see that the buildings are fronting the canal like they're supposed to. It's not that there isn't any building. Their frontage requirements are 90%, and yet just because of the spacing that is needed to accommodate the curve and the zigzag, it's just difficult to actually meet the black and white number in the code. But you can see that there's building frontings it, and you can see with the design that Kobe has created, each building has its own identity. The parking is appropriately screened, and it's a beautiful project. You're not going to know that 5 feet or 7 feet difference between a setback requirement because there is an actual building there. And then most of the other items are more operationally minded. The mustard color there on the south and a couple places in the north, we are internalizing our loading operations, and they do need higher height. And so for those areas, we're requesting a variance, but that now keeps all of that loading inside the building, keeps it off the street. And it's a much better benefit for, again, a residential community. So we feel that we've addressed all of the code needs by meeting the intent and purpose where we unfortunately need a variance. And everywhere else, we're complying fully with the code. And then the one other item, which is what is the second reading of this text amendment. These are wide rights-of-ways. The streets today, there's many perpendicular parking spaces already there, and there's space that accounts for it. The code shows diagrams that have parallel parking spaces, so it doesn't necessarily expressly prohibit them, but it doesn't make it clear that perpendicular is allowed. So we worked with staff very closely to craft this text amendment to address this little enclave. This community is the only place that we're proposing because of its special case-by-case situation and needs. This will allow for the perpendicular parking, which Again, you've had problems elsewhere in the city where multifamily buildings do not have enough on-street parking and people are parking illegally and in swales and it becomes a problem. Here, we're managing that from the get-go. From the beginning, we're already addressing that problem, and perpendicular parking is actually, for this area, what helps to solve that. We're also aware, as everyone, ride share has become very prevalent, so we have some actual drop-off and pickup locations to account for that, and there wasn't anything in the code that addressed the regulations for that. So now we have provided that. And then, as we mentioned, at the far left was the cul-de-sac. We've created, again, working well with staff, a means of providing, to prevent K type of turns. A vehicle can circulate around that. At the same time, emergency vehicles will have to make what's called a T-turn, but we have to make sure that those are accommodated, especially with residential, any type of uses nearby. And so that resolves that emergency need as well. So the perpendicular parking is going to, again, provide a sufficient amount of parking for the neighborhood. And an added benefit to that is the way that Kobe designed the project. The ground level units all have access to the street, right? They're meant to have that access so that you don't have to necessarily use the parking garage to access your unit from internally. Those ground level units have the opportunity to park, and that activates the street. It becomes a safer environment, and everybody will definitely make sure to pay attention to the fronts of their units, which will help keep this a safe and beautiful neighborhood. I believe the rest of this is just the specific street sections. What we did pass out to you is a modification of this. There's 3 conditions of approval that we've proffered. One of which you saw some of the diagrams is to provide additional public art. We're already proposing those great art essentially as benches and other public amenities along the canal. And in the playground. We have other opportunities within the Paseo itself. There could be additional public art. There also could be a mural in that breezeway that gets you to the canal. So we're proffering to both to continue in those public areas, even though that's our private property, to add more public art. At the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, safety for lighting purposes along the canal was brought up. The code is silent as to what type of lighting is needed there, but we certainly agree that we need the public and everyone to be safe. So we will work with all the appropriate agencies to put in to nighttime lighting, but likely in bollards, so it's low to the ground, safe, but also not creating a nuisance. And then our third, in addition to the other public benefits that we have, which are, doing 1,000 feet of this canal waterfront, that's all on public property and will all be for the public, including the dog park and these other areas. We're proposing to make a voluntary donation to the city for 2 purposes. $25,000 for youth sports programs and $25,000 for the public library. So that's our other condition. And I just want to mention that in addition to that, this is a large residential community that definitely has both short-term and long-term economic benefits. It's going to create, and we provided an economic benefits analysis with our package, over 3,000 full and part-time jobs during the construction phase, and there's building impact fees of more than $3 million going to the city. It's 12 times the amount of taxes presently being paid by the property in its present state. So all in all, a great project, both visually for the public and for income in the future. Our entire team is here. We respectfully request approval to approve this project with all the staff conditions, including our 3 voluntary conditions, and here to answer any questions you may have. One more thing, the other piece of that we handed out is a couple of letters of support, including a woman who does have near and dear to her the cats that actually, there's some outdoor cats that live nearby. We're going to help her to relocate them before construction begins. And Mrs. Shoshana Crumpler couldn't be here, but did want to express her support for the project.
Mr. Ng.
Mayor Commissioner, thank you. Mr. Amter had gone through a lot of great details. I'm just going to fill in the gaps on what is actually needed for public record and move on very quickly on this one. Mayor Resolution 2023-105, PT File 22-35. The folio numbers are 072208 002 2450, 072217 003 0090, 072217 003 0100, and 07220800222350, also known as the Old Nova Southeastern site, which are entirely within the Fulford Mixed-Use Town Center District. There are, again, 16 variances for site plan approval for 5 residential buildings, 2 parking garages with 728 residential units and 400 square feet of retail, with combined a little under 1,000 parking spaces. The Planning and Zoning Board did vote for site plan approval unanimously. During the process, we did not hear any negative comments from the public. We did, however, have folks who pro-offer comments in support of the project. During the staff evaluation process, we did also request that the applicant speak with the neighboring properties as extra due diligence through an extended process as well, and the applicant did comply with that request. We are zoning, the existing condition from Mr. Amster's presentation, the proposed site plan, which he dealt with building 1, building 2, building 3, and the building 4, and then of course in the lower corner, building 5, which was actually rotated during the process in order to eliminate several variances. I should note for the record that when staff first received it, I believe it was somewhere between 23 to 27 variances, and it was through extra months of work and diligent work with the applicant that we were able to reduce the number of variances required to provide a better product from a design standpoint. The 2 garages, as noted, as with other plans, we have noted we evaluate based on site plan review criteria ranging from natural environment site to landscaping and lighting. Mr. Amter had noticed some of the items such as trees and so forth, especially with the landscaping, ensuring safety and shade and comfort of place. We did ask the applicant to go through a shadow study as well, and part of the other plan for the to provide for vehicle circulation. There are waivers which have been addressed by the applicant. We go into more detail as needed to the submission have questions. Of course, the variances were from parking to okay, I'll slow down then. The variances include a parking liner for the north and south garage. The applicant is asking to waive the parking liner of 20 feet habitable space that is normally required. We only allow for a waiver from the department on 3 sides. They're asking for a waiver on the 4th side. And in play, putting decorative screening for public art. They are also looking at the south garage entrance width. That's what Mr. Amster explained. It really had to deal with the loading zone and being able to create a wider space to internalize the loading zone. The ground level height, again, similar reason they want to request a higher ground level height, also for the loading aspect that he mentioned. Variant 7 deals with the building length, as Mr. Amster noted, with the configuration site and so forth. And that it kind of paired hand in hand with variant 8, which is the block size variant together. The landscape variant is to provide for the fact that when you curve around the canal, there's not enough space to provide what the code actually requires for 15 feet. The applicant is requesting for a smaller amount, and staff had worked with them to condition that when you create a path, you want to make sure there's enough clearance on both sides in case you're riding a bike, someone's walking, has to step out of the way. So they had to reconfigure their landscaping as well as part of that condition. For safety purposes. Also with that, the setback for the greenway and so forth to create that space and create a comfortable zone for that canal, which accounts for 3 of the variances, number 11, 13, and 15. And of course, the frontage of that provides for 2 other variances, variance 12 and number 14, which deals with the frontage of the south garage. And lastly, variance 16 had to deal with accessible parking dimension variance. As we had mentioned in the past, North Miami Beach is unique in that we're one of the few or only cities that require a length of 20 feet. Other cities require 18 feet for their parking spot, and it does change how you're able to build a parking structure to fill in parking spaces, and that's where the applicant is making that request. With various tight conditions, including the issuance of a unity of title. Again, like the other item, it's different parts, but we want to make sure they're connected, and that they update their landscape plan and provide for all garage screening as needed. Obviously, cutting connectivity was addressed by the breezeway, another aspect, and ensuring that, part of that ensuring the safety with vision triangles and so forth for part of the condition. Architectural screening, and of course, the applicant offers, as reiterated, additional public artwork, the safety lighting as provided by comments from the Planning and Zoning Board, and the community benefits. The commission motions are to either move for approval or move for denial, and on staff had no objections based on the review of the plan criteria.
Thank you. Is there any citizens that would like to address us? We're not voting on it yet. For the first one, we made a motion. Okay, seeing there are no citizens, commission? Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. So I have just 2 questions, maybe 3. So on the east side where the walkway is, there was a park there. Last time we were talking about whether that would be open to the public or not.
Are you talking about the Paseo going through? That's going to be open to the public.
Yes, and what about the green area that's on the east side of it?
Maybe towards the west, along the canal. There's a dog park and another, I don't know what's a good...
It was in yellow. It was all yellow up there, and it was all plants. Where's your breezeway? What's the white part in the middle of the pink? No, on the move your hand to the further towards the manager. Yeah, what is that? I thought that was a park.
That's an internal courtyard. That's for the guests, the residents of the building.
Okay. So the next question I have is, what is the walkway on the canal? What is the finishing on that walkway? Is it concrete? Is it asphalt? Is it tile? What is it going to be?
I'm not sure that's been completely identified yet. We would have to work with community development and public works since it's actually on the public right-of-way.
To clarify, Commissioner, one of the reasons why we cannot make a full determination at the time if there is an idea that it would probably be concrete or faced asphalt. Right now, it's currently connected as part of the South Florida Water Management District right-of-way. And if you recall from other projects where the city may have an idea, but we're subject to that permitting process and what the South Florida the Water Management District will allow us as a city to do. And that's where we don't want to mislead you in any way that, it is subject to an additional permitting process outside the city's jurisdiction.
When will we have the answer to that?
During the master building permit process, community development staff will make sure that we review the applicant and work in conjunction with public works, as is normally the case, to ensure that what's provided is both comfortable and safe. Important, two aspects of creating a pedestrian pathway.
Well, one of my dreams has always been to really utilize our canal. Very few cities have any kind of waterway going through them. So I am so in favor of this project. What it's going to do is a boost to the enjoyment and the beauty of our canal. But I just want to make sure that that is maintained because we own it and you're going to maintain it, I assume, forever because you have your development there. Does that have to be an agreement? That you're going to be maintaining it forever?
We can work with the community development, your city manager, your city attorney to make sure that works, as well as the South Florida Water Management District as another player. But yes, it's in this developer's best interest to, that's right outside of the rooms of their, residents. And so it's only important that they keep it up and make sure it's not just, beautifully installed, beautifully maintained, and good quality materials.
I understand it's in their best interest. I know completely that they're going to want to keep it beautiful for the people that live in their building, but I like it better when it's in writing that perpetually you'll be taking care of it. So that's why I was asking that question, to make sure that the vision I have of the canal being a magnificent part of North Miami Beach will always be maintained.
It will certainly be maintained. We need to work with the city to iron out how that process works, but 1,000% we are building it and making sure that it gets off the ground in the right way.
And how do we assure that it's always going to be maintained by the building?
Make a motion.
We would have to work with both the applicant and the city attorney's office to craft the appropriate language, and I'll defer to the city attorney on the actual.
So can I make a motion that would be part of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I make the motion that would be a part of the agreement.
Second.
May I just ask for clarity that it makes sure that we get all the right agencies that need to be involved, have to
Approve.
weigh in, because
Contingent
I
upon.
can't.
Contingent
make
upon
North
approval
Florida-
of it. Well, if it's
we will
not
certainly
approval,
work
you're not going to build it anyway. So it's contingent upon approval and.
Oh, no, it's meant, this is to be built. That's not the issue. You're discussing maintenance, which we would have to work out with the city and South Florida Water Management District.
Subject to their approval.
Okay, I have a question for
Do we vote on that now or later?
when we,
Okay.
the whole thing,
Okay.
it's amended.
And thank you very much. I appreciate that.
To Kobe Carp. And if you had your wish of what it would be developed as, what material would you develop it as?
You mean the walkway?
Yeah.
I think the walkway is, like Eddie said, I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think it's going to be something that handicap and ADA can roll their wheelchairs on. And for life safety, he asked us to put the lights on it, so I feel very comfortable with it.
As concrete, probably?
Concrete or asphalt would be fine, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But concrete maybe can still have a pattern in it to beautify it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be straight concrete like a sidewalk.
Right, it can be stained or colored and so forth.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're going to work on with your staff, and they've been very proactive on that.
Because that's the first shot in the arm for the canal.
Mm-hmm.
And in this seat, I would like, my vision is that shot's just not that, look, we're utilizing the canal or we're redoing the canal. It's going to be, look at the beautification of the canal.
Yeah, because look, Phyllis, it's 1,000 lineal feet, right, Eddie? I mean, it's about 1,000
Yes.
lineal feet of what is the crown jewel of this property.
That's right.
And that's what we're focusing on. And that's why we made the paseo, the penetration that aligns with the street to the north and so forth, yeah.
So there's no way to put as a requirement decorative road. There's no way- don't know that
You can call it decorative, Phyllis, but the question is, what is decorative, right? How is it? But I think that we're going to work together on it and make it happen.
I'm going to be excited when it's done and it's beautiful.
Thank you. We'll walk together down it.
I would love that. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler.
So how far around the canal are we talking about?
1,000 feet. That's like a 10-story building.
Like how many lots would that be?
A 10-story building. So visualize, we're in a 4-story building. Visualize 2.5 times this building is going to be how long?
Yep.
And then when it stops?
That's actually, well, no, it goes all the way to the bridge that goes over the canal to Mishkan Park. There's a water and sewer pump station at the tip there where you get right close to the bridge, the pedestrian bridge. We're going to do the entirety from our eastern edge, which is 17th Avenue. I'm sorry, 18th Avenue, all the way to the pedestrian bridge. It's a little over 1,000 linear feet.
Okay.
And I want to say that, just in combination with to address both of you, remember, it's a multi-purpose trail, so the surface has to be able to accommodate not just for ADA purposes, but for bicycle traffic as well. So we have to make sure we're meeting all the needs that this is intended to provide, and because we want to make sure that we can have all the uses that's intended.
That's why stamped concrete doesn't work. I'm listening. Yeah, I like concrete too. I do too.
Yeah.
Colored concrete.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay, also, these gonna be rentals or condos?
Oh, rentals.
Rentals. Okay, and then so this is the voluntary conditions, and then it's plus the impact fees that we're entitled to.
Yes, absolutely. The project will, of course, do that through the building permit process.
All right, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you. I believe it's already asphalt at this time. So that's the reason why I support the concrete, or with whether it's stamped or with additional color. And I'm not sure what La Salle is using. I think they're using concrete, yes, for their walkway. I think it's either that or pavers, but it's not. I don't think it's asphalt. So, but in addition to that, the lighting that we have in that area, if I don't know if any of you guys recall, but they're like blue light poles. Are we doing anything to kind of mesh the design of the building with those particular light poles that surround that bend, and also starting from 18th Avenue all the way around to where the bridge is, and maybe even a couple feet beyond that?
That's a great question, Commissioner. The general answer is yes. We have to consider that this pathway is part of a continuous pathway along which you recall a previous commission meeting you approved Prestige. It is a continuity of the pathway as well. So from a design standpoint, it's in the city's best interest to create one cohesive environment, and we will work with the applicant accordingly to make sure it's consistent.
Okay, so we're moving those light poles that are there, we're putting new light poles?
Yes, sir.
Something that is, okay, so are we going to consistently roll that all the way down to 183rd? I mean, I know that's not your guys' responsibility, but eventually the city will roll that down?
The city had in the past begun a canal master plan.
Right.
As you are aware, through the CRA, as part of that process. As part of that, what comes out of that should be a unified design for the activation of the canal, and community development will work along with CRA on where that report is to provide something satisfactory back to the commission.
Okay. Additionally, the school, has anyone reached out to this school on the city side to see how they can work on upgrading the school or making the school a bit more modernized, No?
No, we not had done outreach to the school. We did, however, request that the applicant conduct that outreach as part of this process.
Okay, so I'm not understanding that. The applicant do what exactly?
Reach out to the school.
To say what?
The preschool.
Say what? Reach out to them and say what?
Reach out to them and see how we can improve the integration of that school into the
How did that conversation go?
So there's a daycare facility that's on the corner on the north side of the street, and we've had a number of conversations with the owner who's comfortable with the project, and the main purpose is to make sure that the pedestrian walkways, which are not well defined today, but certainly in the code, there's a express requirement that they not just go through our property, but we're going to continue it through them, and we'll work with them because they do have a drop-off and pickup that comes inside their property. So that was the main reason, is to coordinate so that we make it pedestrian friendly, as well as, put in, make sure that there aren't conflicts with vehicles when they have their drop off and pickup. Okay. And we will be improving the same perpendicular parking that's going to be adjacent to our property. We will do it around essentially that corner where it's actually not our property. It's the city's, right of way. Right. So we will create that uniform parking through that area. And, we're going to coordinate with the daycare on the construction schedule and making sure not to impact their operations appropriately.
I mean, that's all well and good, but my main concern is the aesthetics of the school, right? And is that within our CRA? It's not within our CRA.
No.
So, maybe we need to get creative on how we, help this school to upgrade and to beautify its property.
We'll work with the Economic Development Division and the committee, as well as Community Development, to see what we can assist with.
Right, because it's like 163rd Street. Yep. You see, Krispy Kreme, new building; Wawa, new building; El Car Wash, new building; La Brasa, new building. If you guys haven't tried it out yet, they're taking a lot of business away from La Granja. I know my Peruvian restaurants. Anyways, right, and then you have these older buildings, and so it just doesn't, you know what I mean? So I'm just looking at this map, and I don't know if I know you guys probably offered to buy it, and they said no, but to me, it's for the continuation or continuity of what's happening in that area. We as a city need to figure out what we're going to do to assist that property owner so that we can elevate the entire area. Aside from that, I know Kobe gets compliments all the time. I'm going to add another compliment because I did last time. I don't know if you were here last time when he wasn't here, but this design, is amazingly. It looks eco-friendly. It looks very welcoming. It's giving. Obviously, as far as the greenery and everything around, landscaping and the way the height kind of, increasingly gets higher as you go with respect to the neighborhood and views and all of that. It's just amazing. It's amazing. And we know it's not artificial intelligence that's doing this work. This is human work, so for everyone who's like ready to give AI everything, right? We still need our humans to do this kind of work. So congratulations on the architectural value of this project. And you guys are going to stay with sort of what we're seeing here as far as the balconies and the materials and all of that we're seeing presented currently today.
Yes.
Even the colors are beautiful.
Yeah, the colors, everything is.
Schmuckler.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I just have a kind of like I need to know, under community benefits, it says the first payment of $25,000 shall be made to the city within 60 days after the site plan approval is final and unappealable. I'm just curious, how long is unappealable?
30 days.
30 days?
Generally.
All right, thank you.
The project is beautiful. Thank you for bringing it forward. Kobe, excellent job owner, thank you for bringing it forward. It's the first one of those ugly buildings, getting rid of them, and we're very happy that you're doing that. And I think whatever we do with the walkway is going to continue from the next building, to the next building, and the next building. So let's call the question.
We have a commissioner that's not here. I think she should be voting on this.
Well, she hasn't been here for a half hour, so I don't know where she
That's the
is.
reason why I'm going to ask if we can get 2 or 3 minutes to locate her, figure out.
We have been trying to locate her during this entire time period. I know that the clerk has been trying to communicate with her via text. Oh, the phone's right there. So, and we've looked around the floor for her.
Have you looked on the 4th floor?
Yeah, if somebody would please try to.
Break. Yeah.
Let's take a 5, well, let's
take a break, please.
She hasn't heard the whole thing, so you can't vote on it anyway.
She should. It should, quasi judicial.
Let's take a break.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Let the attorney do that. I had one more question.
Does she not feel well?
Matt, I have one more question.
Yes.
Habla con ella, porque ella es la que nunca quiere quedarse tarde.
All right, if my colleagues would please try to make it back so we can get going. I got one. Need one more. One more to begin. Call us back. Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Smuckler, if you can hear me, come on. Yeah, but we're going to have to do a vote, so we have to wait for everybody.
No, we didn't do the public comments or anything.
Yeah, we did. We did the public comments in the beginning.
Yeah, nobody came.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, you want to say something?
okay, so let's.
All right,
continue.
so let's call us back to order. Do you need to take the roll, Madam Clerk, or we're good? All right, so let's begin. My colleague, Commissioner Joseph, has a question.
Yeah, and I just had a conversation with our PD director regarding this issue. I know we have rollers that go by there on the golf carts, security, and I was wondering, is there any way we can, or the developer could help with the cost of that, possibly coming with some agreement, either having a station for them there to utilize some space, because that's going to be a pretty popular space when it's fully developed, and I would assume that the additional security might be beneficial to our residents as well as the residents that reside in that particular area.
If you give me one moment.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what you're.
We have security that roll around that canal. Depending on how that development comes to fruition, there's going to be additional people walking around. So we have. My thing is that is the developer amenable to helping supplement the cost for that security? I know we pay for it.
The developer is going to have its own security, so that is likely how they'll be able to pay for it, and we work in concert with the city.
I don't know if you had a thought on that at all.
So right now, as I understand from Chief Smith, we use a combination of both security and our officer to help patrol the area, particularly along the canal, from 2 to 10. In other districts, what we've required in the past, for example, Eastern Waterfront District, is that a police substation be part of, but that's written in that part of the code. We do not have that requirement here. Further, I would have to defer to the police department on the logistics of it, because if you put in a substation, police substation, for example, you need an officer to man it and so forth. So I'm going to defer to Chief Smith on that in this regard.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. So currently, right now, we do have security guards that patrol the canal along with our officers. From Monday through Friday, from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., there's a security guard. And then on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday, it's from 2 to 8. However, we do have officers that work that zone, so they're periodically patrolling through there as well. However, with the discussion of a substation, it will require us to have more officers to have that presence in that area, so.
Thank you.
No, my only thought process is because we're going to have more people there and we have the security guards that I know we're paying, right?
Yes, so we do pay for the security company right now.
To see if there'd be, the developer would be amenable contributing something to that addition to that security that's going to be, I would assume we would need more because of the fact that you would have more people. Yeah, a lot more people. So I'm just thinking, forward thinking.
We're going to have 24/7 security at this entire location, and I'm sure that they would be roving even after the hours that the police department are, because they need to make sure that their residential community, which is including this area, is not fenced off or anything. So I'm sure they would patrol this area as well. So that's on them, but they will be doing that as part of their own development.
So how would you work in coordination with the potential, our roaming security? And
I'm sure that
That's something.
outreach and constant communication can work out so they can figure out a plan for how to manage it properly.
Or there may be a need where we may have to increase the amount of security guards that we have on the canal, because I don't know what your parameters would be with your security guards. Would they be able to actually go off of the premises? Because we're talking about the length of the canal that the current security guards are patrolling. So.
Well, I can certainly agree to, meet with you and work it out. It's
absolutely
very early on in the process to have to address this need, but they're already going to work in security, and I think we can make sure that we meet with you and figure out the right operation plan.
How many units?
728.
I need to know.
But you got to wait for people to get. Commissioner Florimon.
So I understand Commissioner Joseph's request, and I understand what you're saying. Now, my personal, belief is I can understand both sides. Your property is your property. You provide security. You're providing impact fees for police, et cetera. And, the city's responsibility is to patrol the city's property, right? Or the city's
public right-of-way.
The public right-of-ways, I should say. So when you say you're going to speak to her, I don't see anything coming from I don't even see that conversation happening, to be honest with you, because there's nothing to talk about. What are you going to be talking about? You've already answered the question very clearly that you have a property that is going to be patrolled by security 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it's either a yes to his question or it's a no to his question of whether or not you would contribute financially to the additional need for security
depending on what the chief and you guys come to, because I'm just looking for. It was
Let him, and then you can.
Okay.
Right. I mean, I'm piggybacking, but I guess to add some additional value to what Commissioner Joseph said, it's a yay or a nay. It's like the developer's here. Is that something that you guys are open to discussing? In addition to what you've already done, that's required from you. Is that something that you're open to discussing? Because there's 700 XYZ units that will walk beyond the extent of where your property is, down the canal, up the canal. There's definitely going to be way more activity on the canal. Is that something you're open to?
We did agree that we would definitely discuss it with the police.
How do we hold you to that here? This is the quasi-judicial where we vote to make a decision on whether or not we approve this based on what we hear tonight.
So we put in a condition that says, prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall meet with the police department to discuss the needs of security patrolling the canal greenway.
But then how do we know if it's going to be adequate, Mr. Attorney? We don't.
But we don't know today.
There's the only thing that I can suggest is one of two things. One, put a condition that the applicant will provide, a security 24/7 for as long as the project exists, or alternatively, potentially add language or condition if the applicant is amenable that, we review that city staff, including the police department, are to review this matter, every 24 months after the project is completed to see what the calls for service are. So if the calls for service at the site, demonstrate that there is a need for additional security, then,
That's not, with all due respect, Mr. Attorney, I don't think that's addressing the question. So the first suggestion may have, but the second suggestion is how many calls to the location. They're taking care of their location, providing security there. So,
that may be, as I understand it, that may be insufficient.
Right, that's not what we're concerned about. We're concerned about.
How do we address that?
Right, the rest of the canal. So is there,
Wait, let me maybe I can help. Before they get a site plan approval, they have to come before us again.
No.
This is the site plan approval.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Okay, so now back to me. Is the developer amenable for the hours? At some point, you may extend the hours of security. You may not extend the hours of security. But is the developer amenable to patrolling a wider area during the hours that our security is not patrolling that wider area? Maybe we determine that that wider area may be 19th Avenue, and the other end of that area may be 171st Street, 171st. What is that, 15th? 171 and 15th?
Mr. Ramsey is kind of confused. Looks, he's very confused.
That's fairly far away from our project.
No, it's 171.
You're
on 16.
168th is our north boundary.
Yeah.
Right, 171 is 3 blocks.
I think that's asking quite a lot from I think that's...
Which means that conversation wasn't going to go too far.
No, that's for the area right along the canal, which is adjacent to our property, not 2 blocks away. Respectfully, I don't know if that, I think that there's liabilities here that we just can't comprehend, that I think we're going too far afield. Because the Canal Greenway is right next, walkway area is right next to our property, I think there's an ability there to work with the police and South Florida Water Management District to manage this properly.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, in your packets, we have a security plan that was required through our TRAD review of this project before we could even get here, that discusses that we have roving security guards and closed-circuit TVs, and this security guard is supposed to travel around the property. It even says this in the plan, through their shift, and have checkpoints. So I think that is already in the works. It's already in the packet that you're approving, meaning we already had discussions with someone on the police department staff to make sure that we are providing the appropriate safety for the project and the city. And I believe that is the discussion, that those details, which are already outlined in the security plan in your packet, can be worked out with the police, which is my proposed condition, that we have that ironed out before we get the certificate of occupancy.
Can I say something?
He's
So, I think the goal is very strong to make sure it's safe, that the whole public is going to use it, and I think that's a good goal. But I know that property, that walkway has to be safe, because that developer, if he doesn't have the walkway safe, nobody will want to live there. It'll only take one bad incident, so it has to be safe. The question is, how strong are you requesting the security when they have security, as he's mentioned? What's the goal? Because if he's already got security in place, that's going to rove the area, and he's already going to have the cameras. Are you asking for the only place it should go would be on that walkway that is a public walkway, yet it's behooving them to make sure it's safe for their building. So is that what you're asking for, is a security guard to do that walkway back and forth 24/7? Are you asking for it at night? What's the ask? What's the ask? Because no, to go to other blocks, no, we have police officers.
No, that's, I think.
171st is 3 blocks north, so.
Okay, I wanted to be clear what I was saying. When I said 171st, I'm always referring back to the walkway. That's all I'm referring to. So I'm just trying to see if there's some opportunity to come to a conclusion on this, is that walkway. So I know Commissioner Joseph brought it up, but to me, that's what it is. It's either if you decide that you're going to do it or you're not going to do it, or you're going to contribute financially or not. And if not, are you able to patrol a little bit more of that walkway where pedestrians that come from your building will be walking their dogs at midnight? At midnight. Because after this meeting, that's what I'm going to go do. So at midnight, I'll be on that canal. Mind you, with all due respect to our police department and our city manager, that's the time where I really want a security guard to be on the canal. So, thank you.
Commissioner.
My whole thought process is that we have a community-based program that you guys have contributed already, right? And I was just thinking, well, is there anything else you could do in helping us alleviate some of the costs to our just that because we're going to have additional people walking the walkway. You say all these units or whatever, 700 and so. If there's some amount that you guys will be open to help us with that cost, that's all I was asking for. And you're saying that we can have a discussion about it. And I understand my colleague's point is like we can't really hold you to it, but to see if there's at least a number, something you guys you would be open to.
I don't know how to quantify that without knowing, but I think what we commit to, right, there's a security operations plan required for this application. It's in your packet that was vetted by one of the officers in the police department. And we can take that to the next level prior to certificate occupancy, meet with the police department and ensure that there is an appropriately implemented security plan, and which may be a combination of the police department's efforts and their patrolling and the security that this project will have. And we can iron out, have a map, if you will, like the areas, the timing that these roving officers will work. What happens if there's an incident? What authority do they have off the property? But they can certainly be required to call the police at a moment's notice. I think that is what we really can commit to, because that's going to make sure that you're getting what you need, the safety of the people, the public that are coming there, as well as the residents of this project. So it's to make sure to essentially upgrade and refine the security operations plan prior to issuance of the certificate of occupancy. And so if your police department says that that's lacking and more is needed, perhaps a payment for additional funds, then at that time, that's what we're going to have to do. But I don't know what that is at this time, because it's too, I'm not going to commit our applicant to a fee that we can't quantify right now, and do not know if they need to spend it, meaning to the city, because they're providing their own security that can meet that need. So I think it's make sure to appropriately review and upgrade and refine the security operations plan to the satisfaction of your police department.
Chief, what would be the solution for you? Because you're the expert here, and I'm not in regards to what the conditions are on the ground. So
What I'm hearing is that they're going to have security for their building. Now, we don't know if that security is going to include part of the canal where their building extends to. However, it may be where, like he said, we can refine or update the security guards that we have on the canal right now, maybe extend those hours. But it will be what we need to look at to see if we need to add, maybe have more than one security guard, because right now it's just one for the entire canal. So it may be where we need to update it, because the pedestrian traffic is going to increase with 728 units, I think he said. So there is, a probability that it's going to be more people using the canal. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be able to, or want to walk the canal
But bringing,
at midnight or whatever. So it's going to take where we will probably need more officers. So,
And like I said, like this came about because I was actually I really was thinking about my colleague walking on Doug down that canal, his dog, and the fact that, I'm thinking about other residents as well, and these these 700 units are going to have, multiplied by 2 at least or whatever, 1,400 people, depending on how they interact. Or walk around the neighborhood, they could be around that area on all times of the day or night.
we do have our off-duty detail program, which is something else they can participate in.
Okay.
Where they can hire off-duty officers. So, it's a discussion to be had, so.
Question. I don't know if Commissioner was done. By the way, thank you for giving my dog a shout out. Douglas is his name. Yeah, so anyways, the impact fees that go to police, right? How are those calculations made?
So
Specific to the project. So I guess the point I'm making is there any component of that algorithm that says we estimate that there may be more people walking a canal at this particular time, so we're going to need to increase security by paying for additional hours, and so their impact fee will reflect that, or is it just a general number that you guys come up with based on the amount of people expected? Okay.
My understanding, Commissioner, is that under Section 24-20, the computation of the amount of police impact fee that's provided for the code, that there is a flat fee that's provided for based on the number of dwelling units. However, I do caution the Commission that added impact fee, generally impact fees are not supposed to be used for operational purposes, but rather for capital improvement. If you use it for operational purposes, an applicant has the right to sue the city for those funds back.
There you go.
So what's the best condition we can come up with that's amenable with the developer as well as what our
community benefits may be it?
I don't look. I think it's a great project. I want it to be made and be very clear. I'm just thinking of, like I said, it came to mind. I'm looking at this beautiful design that Mr. Karp He makes beautiful designs. I'm seeing that the sun going down at there, and I'm saying, yo, it's gonna get night. I understand there's one rover. I thought it was more of them, but I'm thinking like, yo, how safe is that going to be? And that's my only issue. I'm just thinking about the residents, and I want everybody to be safe. That's all. And I just want to know what's the best condition you guys.
Today, I doubt there's a single closed-circuit TV camera aimed at the open public right-of-way areas. And our security operations plan specifically requires that we monitor the public open spaces, which means along the canal. So that already is an extra added security benefit that I'm sure the police we can work with them to assist in case there's any issues. But we're bringing eyes and people who activate this. They're going to be invested in this community too, and so they're going to be there. That's going to also be a security benefit that these people will want to make sure that this property is managed properly. And so I think that the best condition, and we have our own security that will be there, and so I think that what we need to do is meet prior to certificate of occupancy to update and refine the security operations plan with your police department to make sure that appropriate security is being provided.
Mr. Ning, what would be your suggestion of the language to, I guess, find some middle ground on this issue?
I think that as far as what we can require the city from staff standpoint, it would be the requirement of prior to issuance of the certificate of occupancy that the security plans will be reviewed and approved by the chief of police.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I want to say I'm agreeing with both my fellow commissioners that safety is a big concern.
That's all.
And we need to do what's best for the residents. And when you were saying these people, did you mean the rentals, or did you mean the occupants, or did you mean the owners?
Everyone.
Because renters sometimes really don't care. Exactly, they're transient, and they don't care. as opposed to maybe a condo where they care more about, the value of their property. So,
Well, the value of the property is an important point that there's $1.5 million going to the city in ad valorem taxes when this project is completed.
no, but what I'm saying.
That by itself is another
No, but what I'm
revenue
saying
source
is that a
the city
condo,
can use.
a condo owner is going to take care more of his surrounding property, of his condo, of the land
But
around
for
him
any
than a
developer, any person who's operating a rental building, especially at this prime location on a canal, that's a great benefit. It's a quality place that you want to make sure is kept up and properly safe and secure. You're not going to be able to rent if you have problems and crime happening right in your backyard. So definitely the owner is committed. Ari is and has done excellent residential projects in the nearby area and knows what needs to happen. He's done one 20 years ago in this city. He's back again, but he's going to make sure it gets done right.
I just want to say one thing. Whatever you write, it has to be subject to review, whether it's once a year, once every two. We don't know how many people are going to use this walkway. We don't know how strong it's going to be. So whatever you do has to be subject to review for sure on some kind of basis. And the thing that is very pertinent, and there's no question in my mind, this developer cannot afford to have an incident on that walkway. You can't afford it because being in real estate, I happen to know a development that the very first year they had a problem in their garage, and then it took 6-8 years to sell the unit, and it was in Sunny Isles, very desirable property. But it only takes one incident, and that'll be that. They're not going to fool around. I understand and I agree. Safety first. I agree, safety first. But what I don't think that we should be doing right this second is committing to a number or how much, or there's no way of telling.
And I'm in total
Commissioner
agreement.
John has the last word.
Here's what I wanted to add to the conversation as it relates to the staff recommendation. If we can't, obviously we can't quantify the amount because the security plan has to be revised. And as you mentioned, the timeline of when the actual permitting is established. My only add would be to consider there being a percentage, to discuss that a percentage will actually be discussed as it relates to the covering of any additional security that's requested. So I don't know if that's something that can be added as it relates to if there is a cost that the city has to encumber because of additional safety concerns, that there is a condition that the developer has to actually participate in that cost.
Or presumptively provide the increased level of service themselves.
Right. Well, that's the only condition I would see need to be added
And
to that.
I think we're all on the same page that it's either going to be, depending upon what the results of that updated plan is, either an increase in number of security guards that are patrolling the property and/or the hours of patrol.
And subject to the police chief's assessment.
Yeah. Of course, that they have to. Under our code, the police department is the one that reviews and approves the security plan. That's a requirement of our code.
Well, what I wanted to say, I think Commissioner Smith made an amendment to this particular item, correct, earlier?
Made an amendment.
Yes.
In reference to the maintenance, that they would always be responsible for the maintenance of the wall.
So I want to add an amendment that discusses this clearly as it relates to what's this plan that we're discussing with the security portion.
So there is a requirement that any project of this nature under your code has to submit a proposed security plan.
Understood.
And that's been submitted, and that's part of your package and has been reviewed. What we're talking about is adding a condition, subject to the commission approval, to require the applicant to update that plan prior to the issuance of the either TCO or CO. And then implement that updated plan, whatever it may disclose or show needs to be done to improve the security plan and meet the requirements.
Or the financial portion?
For the financial, I mean, it will be up to the applicant, as to how they wish to meet the updated plan, either on their own or to contribute the financial money to the city for the city to provide enhanced patrol.
So that's what I would want us to put on the record, the Commissioner Smith's condition that we're hoping to approve, and also this second one as it relates to security per Commissioner Joseph, with the condition that the cost sharing or the total responsibility would either be on the applicant in the case that the security plan needs to be updated.
It will be updated if there's anything that needs to be implemented to, yes. We understand. We'll make sure that we review the tape of tonight's meeting to make sure it gets properly reflected and share that information with the applicant.
Applicant has to agree to that, though. I don't know if he's amenable to that.
We need to get your police chief to review and approve the updated and refined security operations plan. I think that that's sufficient.
Mr. Acting Mayor,
That's not the ask.
let's kind of bring this it's a little turbulence here, right? Let's level off. Nothing we're saying in this conversation, based on the way you're responding, is going to hold any weight, right? It's just not going to happen, because you've already done what is required of you by law. Anything that you decide to do, I'm not an attorney, but anything that you decide to do is going to be based on your desire. And of course, whatever your desire is, if it's an increased level of security on your property or whatever, it's going to have an associated cost. But I don't see legally how whatever is the responsibility on the city side that we can legally enforce or require for you to do anything that's the responsibility of the city. I just don't see how that happens. Mr. Attorney, from what I'm hearing up here, the request is that there's certain responsibilities that the city will have to incur additionally as a result of this project, or may want to provide more safety for its residents additionally than what it's already providing now. Legally, we're not able to tell this developer that he has to cost share unless we have a separate legislation at a different time, perhaps an ordinance that talks about this, that will affect every other developer that's in this same position equally. Am I making sense here? Because we approved the development a couple of weeks ago that's right across the street.
Yes, you are.
And we didn't make that request of that developer. So if we can't hold him to anything here and he's not agreeing to anything here, then after we vote to approve this site plan, I don't think anything is going to happen the way we want it to happen. So
not necessarily.
Not necessarily. The way
I agree, he's not doing that.
Well, no. The way that Mr. Ning pointed out, there's a precondition before the TO, right, Mr. Ning?
Certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, the certificate of CO. Sorry. So there's a precondition, right? Mm-hmm. So that's, for me, is a trigger, right? I understand, but I would like to give them enough wiggle room, negotiating power, depending on what the requirement would be from our police department with the developer. Given the fact that this is coming up during discussion, and I know mapping or forecasting is kind of hard, given the situation, but I understand my commissioner standpoint, because it looks like you've already postured that, look, we did everything that was required. We can think about it. We'll figure it out, that type of thing. And I don't know if you can make a stronger type of proposition.
If I may?
Yes.
I think that we have, by telling and requiring that we update this based on the actual conditions at the time with the city, with the chief of police, subject to their review. And if they're not happy, then we got to figure it out. But we is the collective we, and this project will annually bring in $1.55 million, which is meant to be general funds to the city for city services. And so, yes, we're an additional project. It's 12 times the amount of taxes that are there today. And there's hardly anybody, as you were mentioning, because it hasn't been beautified and improved like this developer is going to pay to do. So they're fronting all the money to make an actual canal walkway and beautification project and public art that is on their money and their dime. And now we're going to work out maintenance, which we have agreed to. And they're going to have 24/7 security. And to the extent that we can use that and work with the police to manage this properly and also have closed circuit TVs, which help to ensure safety. There is money going from this project on an annual basis into the city's funds to manage for what is a difficult but thing to forecast now. But though that's for the city to help manage. This is the issue that you didn't tell it to the property that was to the east, that they had to pony up anything specific to their use of or their adjacency to the canal. But the city will be benefiting from approving this project, having it be built, and that money can be used for a number of things, including the need for additional services. And that's where I would think it's the best. But we're still on the hook to meet with and update a security plan that is to the satisfaction of your police department.
Okay. Let's call the question. All right. Clerk, call the question, please.
Regarding as amended, right? Can we make?
We have two amendments on it.
I just want to have.
As amended, correct.
Yes.
Correct.
And if I may, Mayor and Commissioners,
Including the proffer.
our three proffered voluntary
Yes.
conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Well, can you reiterate what we're voting on before we vote, please? But there was
Two amendments. Or two.
Yeah, I wanted the clarity of what those two
Two
amendments are.
are the maintenance issue that is requires the buy-in of also the Water Management District because it owns a portion of the canal border. The updated security plan and implementation of whatever recommendations to implement that updated security plan as reviewed by the North Miami Beach Police Department.
Prior to
the issuance of a CO and then accepting the voluntary proffers that the developer has put forth on the record.
And the maintenance is forever subject to the.
Yes, subject to the approval of the Water Management District.
Right. Okay.
For as long as the project is there.
Yeah, I got it. This is part of the relationship, but we all want to see this come to fruition. And thank you for thinking about the public with the paseos. Good job on that. Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph,
yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Cited to be the top. Yes.
Acting Mayor Chernoff.
Yes. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Pass.
Now, we need to introduce ordinance number 11.2, ordinance 2023-07, second and final reading.
Move to introduce.
Yeah, please.
Move to introduce.
Second? Seconded by Commissioner Smith.
This item is ordinance number 2023-07. It's ordinance second reading entitled an ordinance, the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 5 Zoning Use Districts, Section 24-58 Mixed Use District to provide an exception for a cul-de-sac T-turnaround on the existing dead-end street of Northeast 167th Street at the Snake Creek Canal, and amending Section 24-58.1 entitled Fulford Mixed Use Town Center District, MUTC, subsection H entitled Street Network Connectivity, regulating plan and street standards to provide specific street sections and standards for on-street perpendicular vehicular parking, drop-off areas, and a cul-de-sac T turnaround for Northeast 167th and 168th Streets and Northeast 17th and 18th Avenues in the Edge Subdistrict of the MUTC, providing for conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date.
Make a motion to approve.
Moved and seconded.
You have to provide public comment.
Is there any public that would like to address this? Public hearing closed. Council members, commission members.
There was an extensive discussion and presentation on first reading, and that's incorporated into the record.
Call the vote. Motion to call the vote, sir.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
It has to be yes to make the project. Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Acting Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
That was my discussion.
Now we move to
Thank you all very much.
legislation 11.1.
Thank you all.
Ordinance number 20-23-06.
Sir, I'm sorry. 11.11 was moved up to the first one, which is with regards to the CIP.
Did we already do it?
No, sir. 11. Yep, which with regards to the resolution for the capital improvement projects and restricting funds to only CIP projects. That was moved up.
Which one is it? 11.11.
11.11.
Point 11.
No, ma'am, that is the CIP.
CIP projects to put them, I motion to,
11.11, Resolution R 20-23-108,
motion to approve.
approving CIP and CIP reappropriations.
11.11 on mine, something's funny, because mine 11.11 is the first reading of the pension benefits. Look,
Must have an old one.
You're using,
On
yeah.
here, I don't know if it was updated.
Madam Clerk, can you help me? I'm lost.
No, don't worry.
It's approving the CIP and CIP reappropriation, yeah.
Look at mine.
It's wrong on hers.
Mr. Manager.
Look.
Yes, sir. During the budget hearings, we talked about the capital improvement program. And what this resolution does, we were requested to bring this portion of the budget ordinance to come back for you all. What this does is it restricts the funds within the budget to capital improvement program only. Currently, what ends up happening is if funds do not have a purchase order attached to them, at the end of the year, those funds get moved into the carryover category. So what this ends up doing is if you all allocate money towards a CIP project, then that money, whether it has a purchase order or does not have a purchase order, is strictly restricted to only use for that project. So this further restricts staff's ability to use those funds in any other way than what was intended, gives you further control. Any type of movement away from that project would require a commission vote before moving forward.
Okay, any discussion?
I'll defer.
Commissioner Jean?
John?
I think one of the asks, thank you so much. I think one of the asks was to set a priority because obviously there are so many capital projects. And I know that was one of the asks. What is the priority? Where are the funding sources for each of those priorities? You know, I'm not necessarily clear on that yet. So I would have hoped that in addition to providing this legislation, that there's also clarity as it relates to direction to what will be a priority for this city as it relates to CIP. So that's what I wanted to add.
Well, this would restrict projects that were already approved by the commission for fiscal year 23, including now for this one. We are definitely going through and redoing the technical priorities for the various projects and how we're building that program moving forward on the 5. And you're absolutely right, Commissioner. That is a list that you requested staff to provide, and I do apologize that I did not send that to you prior to the meeting. I will get that to you this week, because I know early in this process, we did a technical review of those projects with have certain rankings, but that doesn't, that just looks at a technical aspect. It doesn't look at what the overall community priorities are. Discussing moving forward on what those type of priorities will be is part of the overall, what I feel would be part of the overall strategic plan, which not only encompasses what your priorities are, but also gets feedback from the community through vision workshops with the community and starts combining all of those things together, which will then give direction to staff and through your input as to these are the projects that have the highest priority, and this is what you need to start budgeting towards and move towards, and making sure that these type of projects are the ones that move forward, where these other ones, yes, they're important, but not more important to supersede a higher ranking type of priority. So that's all part of that process that we're starting to move forward and trying to start gathering so we can bring that back to you all to approve a contract. I know I got to work with procurement, whether that is something we can piggyback or we have to do a full procurement on, but that's how we would rank those type of projects overall. But I'll get you that list, and I do apologize, Commissioner. It was my failure not to provide that prior to this meeting.
The only add-on I'll say to that statement is that if we haven't set a priority, there still needs to be a level of fluidity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I can't support this item tonight. But as you mentioned the community, you mentioned the commission, and I think that there has to be some sort of input from both as it relates to what those priorities are. Because if we're locked in and then the community speaks to what they feel should be a different priority, we're already locked in. That's how I'm assuming. Obviously, the commission has the ability to set that priority at any time, but I'll stop here.
Mr. Manager, correct me if I'm wrong. This is just putting into legislation what you've stated as policy about the CIP, which is not to fund a project that we don't have the money for, or whatever money we have for that project stays with that project under this, correct?
This requires, if money is going to move away from a project into something else, whether it's another project or another expense, it would require a commission vote approving that transfer. And so if you approve funds for the improvement of the library, those funds can only be used for that improvement of the library. If something were to happen and we said, hey, something's come up, we need to use funds and we need to transfer it to this other project, it has to come before you for a vote, and then you all are able to say yay or nay on those things. So it's restricting staff from moving money from one project to another without the commission approval.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I believe that when you were doing the budget, that you and Mr. Cohen recognized that money has been moved around, and as some of my commissioners had said for years. What this is saying that I feel is important is that when we need money to do something and we find it in the budget, we have to use the money for that. But things come up, and then we have to come back to the commission, and the commission has to say, yes, you can move it, no, you cannot, it must be used for the capital. So I apologize, I didn't get to hear quite 100% of what my fellow commissioner was saying about the public being involved. I don't, once we establish a capital improvement and the money set aside for that, then I think that that's exactly the goal here, is to make sure the money is used for that. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Florimont.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, the 2024 CIP capital improvement project list, has that already been determined in your budget that you presented, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because I'm trying to resonate with what Commissioner Jean was bringing up about priorities and lists, right? So the 2024 budget, CIP has already been decided in there. The 23 budget, the same thing happened as well. This resolution is specifically for those 2 years?
What this resolution does is it ties the funds from fiscal year 23, even those that did not have a purchase order, to the projects that they were dedicated to.
So that's 23, but you put
24 moving forward for every subsequent year, it does the same thing.
Okay.
This does not
That's what
determine
I'm reading here.
projects.
The way I'm reading it is maybe I'm reading it differently. Where does it say moving forward? Or because it only seems to speak to 23 to 24 and the amount of, it's like very specific. Am I reading it the wrong way?
Did anybody get the A exhibit? Did you get the A exhibit?
No.
Did you?
Are you talking? Oh yeah, that's the only exhibit. Yeah, the 2 pages, the resolution itself.
But where's the A exhibit? Section 2 says an A exhibit, as in A exhibit, and I didn't get the A exhibit.
I think was that what you were concerned about, Commissioner
Yeah,
Jean?
that was what she was asking for.
Right.
Do we have it somewhere we could look at it?
That would be the CIP project that was presented during the budget hearings. And we can get that to you. My understanding or the intent of the resolution was that this would essentially become the policy of the city, not just for these 2 fiscal years.
With all due respect, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir.
It needs to be clear in black and white. The reason being is because we have 3 charter officers that sometimes decide to interpret things the way they feel.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. So I don't have to say much more than that. So it needs to be very clear that this is a policy moving forward, and this is what it is, and not specific to these 2 years. And I really want to support this because we've spoken about this. This is something that's very important to me, and everyone here on the commission. So it needs to be clear. And if there's a list, I think we should see the list. Definitely. Of the CIP, especially we should know what projects were in 23 that we're holding the money for, and reintroduce those projects for 24
Table it.
before I can support it. But I'm wholeheartedly ready to support this. I just want to see those 2 items, and also for it to be very specific that it's moving forward, that this is going to be the policy. Thank you.
If I may, to
I'm sorry,
add some-
Commissioner.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I know that this resolution is about many projects for the city of North Miami Beach, but important to me is Washington Park. And to me, this resolution means that the money will say it's for Washington Park and Washington Park only, and not to balance the budget, and not to let's use it here and one day we'll put it back in Washington Park. So I'm hearing little chatter about tabling it. I'm going to vote not to table it because I want to assure Washington Park tonight that they're getting their center. So I'm just telling you right now, to me, this is about Washington Park and nothing else. Well, it's bigger. No, it's bigger. I'm not saying it's not, but it's about Washington Park.
I understand it's your turn. Now, come on, I understand.
Wait, well, you don't?
Michael.
Okay, this has to be done the right way. From my understanding, we're taking a snapshot of what was in there 2023, 2024. And I guess the amount of money that was there now is what? How much, for example, Washington Park, how much money was in there how much money was dedicated to Washington Park based on your own policy understanding?
Currently, there for fiscal year 23, I believe there's 2.883 million in the account.
So I want to walk this through so everybody can understand, because I understand there's certain residents that sometimes that like they say, hey, Mike, just walk us through it so we can better understand what's going on. So right now, he's saying based on his policy standpoint, the snapshot that the money that Commissioner Smucker wants to say won't ever be touched is the $2.8 million. However, the question that I keep getting bombarded about is where did the 17 million go? Or the 10, like almost 20 million go. So that's my concern. I understand what you're saying. Oh, we're snapshotting the 2.8 or whatever, but where did the other $10 million go that we have voted on years ago? Years upon years. Where did it all go?
As I mentioned, sir, the city, when at the end of the year and the fiscal year is closed out, any funds that do not have a purchase order attached to it then gets moved into the carryover into the next year. And so that is where funds go. And then over years, if you need to use those funds to balance the budget, then they've disappeared from the project. And so what this does is it restricts any of these monies for capital improvement program essentially in a different fund that will not allow that money, whether it has a purchase order or not, will not allow that money to be used for anything but the project that was authorized by the commission.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, right? But it should be more than $2.8 million. We should have a larger allotment set aside for Washington Park, given the fact of how long this has been going on as it has been. So there's
thanks to your efforts, there's $3.9 million or $3.95 million in grants that we received. So the total allotment that we have is 6.833. And I don't know if Jamari is here or if he wants to print something out, but I believe we've also been spending an additional $2 million in design, if I'm not mistaken. And there's also money that was used for the purchasing of the property next to where the current community center is. So it's not that there's only $2.8 million that was ever used, but currently now for the remaining finalization of the design, for the permitting, for the initial mobilization of construction, and then even some utility and demo, there's non-grant funds, there's 2.8 still in there. For fiscal year 24, we're including an additional $2 million in there. So all in total, for fiscal year, that covers fiscal year 23 and 24, is approximately $8.8 million. And then for fiscal year 25, we're anticipating adding an additional 5. And for 26, which is the last year of funding, because you'll have construction finalizing within 2026 as well, would be an additional 4 to finish off, which would come out to about $17.8 million.
So before because I know I have other colleagues that are that want to opine a little bit. Is there any way that we could designate, yeah, sorry, that word, the exact amount of money needed to build this project prior to or at least complete this project prior to 2026, or at least to get it to the timeline that we initially promised a year, maybe 2 years ago? Because technically this was supposed to be shovel in the ground this coming October. I mean, well, we're
not changing the schedule.
No, but what I'm saying is that the policy explanation you've been giving me is that until we get it fully funded, we're not going to do we're only going to do so much, right? So depending and even I read the email that you responded to, Ms. King, and in that email it says we anticipate or we will try. Basically, that's basically when I hear anticipate, it says, if it happens, it happens. Not to say that it's a guarantee that we're gonna put the money in there. But my thing is that given the fact of how long this has been going on, we have to do a stronger and more concrete type of contribution or memorialization for this project to happen, and not for it to be up in the air for the next 2 to 3 years, depending on who's up here and who's not.
I understand, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
He wasn't done. You done?
He said he was done.
I will yield back because I can tell you guys are, I don't talk that much, so I will yield back.
I wanted to speak next if possible, Commissioner Smith. If
Yeah, no, just 1 second, because I have a couple things I want to make clear, and then I'll be happy to give you the floor. Well, number one is that's a budget issue that really the discussion had to be in the budget, because this is exactly what this is for. And this, to me, has to be tabled, Commissioner Smuckler. Why? Because I never got Exhibit A, and in Section 2, I'm agreeing to Exhibit A, and I never got it. So, and as Commissioner Flourmine said, we want to make it accurate what it is, not if it's a permanent thing, not 23, 24. We all want to finish Washington Park 3 years ago. Okay? Washington Park is like the bus benches. We talk about them, and 5 years later, there's still no bus benches, and 25 years later, there's still no Washington Park. So, Mr. Manager, I want to give my other commissioner opportunity to speak, and the other commissioner, but I want to make a motion to table this, but I also want you to, when you come back from tabling it so that we have it next month, that you also say that, give us some options of other plans of moving it up forward. And what happened to the money? You keep asking what happened to the money. Well, the money wasn't there when the manager got here. So if you really want to know what happened to the money, because I remember the money was like $10, $12 million, you have to find out who was here before and what did they do with the money. How are you going to ask him what did he do with the money when the money wasn't even there? So that's what we have to do, is go forward. What we have to do is fix it. And by fixing it, I think this proposal fixes it for every project now and forever. It says that you cannot take the money from Washington Park when you have $15 million, you can't touch it. And if you want to touch it, you have to come back to the commission to vote on it. Now we'll have that going forward. But please, I want to make a motion to table it. If you want me to wait, Commissioner Sean, I'll be happy to wait until you speak. But then I definitely want to make that motion. Hope I get a second.
I'll second it after she speaks and I add a little value.
Wait a minute, Commissioner.
If we're gonna second it and table it, just second it and table it. Give her the last word, and because we don't have time, guys. We got too many more. Let him, he's gonna come back with it.
That's why I wanted to table it before, but you said no. Okay.
No, you give Commissioner Jean, and then.
I agree with tabling it, and I also agree with.
Everybody has one more question. Come on, guys.
I agree with tabling the item, and I also agree with Commissioner Smith as it relates to this being a budget decision. So what I'm not comfortable with is the $2.89 million that's right now currently, it's staying that way. And so if that's a decision that we have to come back and reassess basically can we or can we not, based on what we have allocated, I think that's the bigger question because if we're actually saying that we want the project to move forward, but not enough funds are allocated for that, that's a question that we need to really discuss. So, to that point, I also want to say that that's what we have to discuss. We have to make the decision on, do we want to encumber more funds, because we're supposed to get an aggressive update on what's going on with this project, and we haven't gotten an update. We need a month-to-month update so you can get us to ask, if the decision is not to add more funds to the project and to use the 2.6 and the additional grant funding, Give us a month-to-month update that gets us to closer to where we need to go. But having this discussion without encumbering all the funds, we're never going to get this project finished. Thank
Just in addition to what Commissioner Jean mentioned, the 2.6 or 2.8 million dollars, once we get that list of the CIP that was allocated for 23, we can then make the determination on what projects we want to move forward with that same money, or what monies we may remove from other projects to fund Washington Park or whatever our priorities are. I'm certain, I mean, you're the budget person, but I'm hoping, let me not say I'm certain, I'm hoping that your 24 budget, with some of the CIP projects that you placed in your 24 budget, was not contingent upon a policy that was not established yet. No. Okay, because if that's the case, then you're going to have a lot of moving around to do, because there may be some additional funds that we decide as a group that we may want to reallocate to Washington Park, because that's the project we want to see happen.
We will be glad to bring you back the list of fiscal year 23 approved CIP projects, and of those, what funds have not been attached through purchase order and contracts, so that if the commission wishes to reallocate funds, they can definitely do so. So we can bring that back to you. Yes, sir.
And maybe you said it and I didn't hear it. Did you include in there the 800? I think it was 800,000 that we paid for that little grocery building, whatever that was. Or you didn't?
Yes, ma'am.
You did include it in there. Okay, so we don't know where that money is. Maybe it was stolen. Maybe we should be doing an audit to find out where that money went. Where is the money for Washington Park?
Okay, again,
Can I say something to answer, Commissioner? No, this is the reason I want to say something real quick. It goes back to the true intent of this legislation. Because the previous CFO used carryover funds to fill in gaps. We understand that now. So because of that, we know that whatever monies was used to fill up any gaps that were in the budget.
So do you understand that, Commissioner Joseph, that we didn't take it, we didn't know?
Wait, guys, let me get control, okay? Phyllis, you want to table it? Table it. Let's move
I make a
forward.
motion to table.
I'm not understanding. I
Okay,
just want to accuse.
it's tabled.
No, you have to vote on it.
Okay,
All in
roll
favor?
call.
Roll call.
You want to do a roll call?
Roll call.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
No choice, yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Table it under the table.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yes.
Acting Mayor Chernoff?
No.
It passes 5-1.
We got everything we need.
Ordinance number 2023-06, second and final reading.
Wait, 1 second.
11.1.
Acting Mayor, item number 9.10, Commissioner Smith had pulled it from consent.
9 point.
Resolution number 2023-101.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion to introduce? Commissioner Smith?
I make a motion to introduce.
Somebody want a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
Resolution number R 2023-101, entitled "The Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving task order between the city and the Cordino Group, Inc. for professional consulting services for upper-level management staff of the Community Development Department, an estimated annual budget amount of $324,480 under the continuing services agreement with the Cordino Group, Inc. for professional consulting services, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for effective date.
I make a motion to approve so we can discuss? Is that the way it has to be?
If you want a staff presentation before, it's up to you.
And public comment, I guess. Then tell me what.
And then it would be a motion to approve, second for discussion purposes.
I'm here waiting.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. If the commission will remember, I think it was 2 months ago now, Mayor Corradino came before the commission and presented our plan to reorganize the community development department. There is a large backlog of projects that are on there, and we've heard the concerns from those who wish to be partners with the city to move projects forward. And so we have a lot of areas where are not cost recoverable, which means we have projects that usually put into escrow monies that the city can then use to review the site plans and so forth. But because the way that we're structured with in-house, those are not eligible for cost recovery items. And so what we're doing is we're trying to flip our model around that will allow for our pooled consultants from CCNA contracts to be assisting with the site plans, which is a cost recoverable, and we can essentially have the applicants pay for those reviews and moving forward. And then using in-house staff for other citywide projects and issues that we have coming before the commission. With all of that, we had a community development director who resigned. Ed, who had been here for prior and is aware of our code, took over as an interim community development director while we did a recruitment. We interviewed, I believe it was 4 or 5 candidates. At the end of the day, I did not feel comfortable, and the evaluation committee only recommended 1. I felt that we needed to go back out and do another recruitment. However, we can't continue to delay on that reorganization. So what we're proposing is instead of coming back, because we had to come back to the commission, I think at least once or twice, to do a change order for the hours. We are planning for the 12 months of the year for the community development director and the assistant director, which is also vacant. It's not to say that we will stop looking for a year, but this is going to help stabilize the department, make sure that we are getting everything squared away with the reorganization, providing staff with the continuity of the department leadership while we're able to bring someone in and we do that recruitment. If we're able to have enough time to have a transition period where they can simulate themselves into the department, that will help. Again, this is based on time. So whatever hours is not used, we don't pay out. We only pay for hours that are used. In the proposal, you'll see where they're talking about 16 hours and 24 hours. That is with regards to non-cost recovery items. The rest of the hours throughout the week will be based on cost recovery items. And so that is paid by the applicant through those funds that they put on escrow, because they are a consultant. They would be able to charge against that.
Okay. Commission. Discussion.
I pulled it, so. All right, the reason I pulled this is several things. Number one, I wanted the manager to put on record that this $162,240 per person is cost recoverable from the developer. I don't know what percent, but.
No, the items that are able to be cost recoverable, which are not within the 16 and the 24 hours, it's not the full 40 hours that are cost recoverable. So there's certain items and things that they're doing on a specific project that will be, and they will charge.
But what percentage of this would you guesstimate would be recoverable?
The proposal is providing for an average of 16 hours a week for the director and 24 hours a week for an assistant director to work on non-cost recoverable tasks. The remaining hours are anticipated that it will be on, of the 40-hour week, that it will be on cost recoverable type items.
So here's my big issue. There's two or three things. Number one, I want to make sure that if we hired somebody in 2 months, that and they work together for a month, then this is all null and void. Because this is a year contract, and I want to make sure that, again, if we have to hire a headhunter, then we have to hire somebody to hire the people we need.
Yes, ma'am, that's the intent.
I mean, I'm just saying that I want to make sure before I vote yes, otherwise I have to vote no, that A, it can be canceled, and B, that some of this money will be cost recovery, and C, that we are out looking to bring in our own staff that runs the department.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want that to be clear and on the record. And I'll tell you why all this means something. Once you get somebody there that's permanent, that works for the city, they get to know each block. They get to know the city. They get to know everything. I understand, and I can't thank Mr. Eng enough. He's done such a marvelous thing, and it's overwhelming. I have people calling me wanting appointments with him, but I know that we need to be more aggressive. And if we can't do it because you had and it didn't meet our requirements, then we hire somebody professionally that maybe works in this field to help us hire somebody. And I want to make sure that if we do 90 days from now, that this is
Yes, ma'am.
contract is voidable.
Yes. We would stop issuing.
Terminated is a better word. So that's why I pulled it. I want that on record, and if anybody else has any comments, thank you.
What was the cost of the change order recently that came before us for the overlapping months?
I think it was $50,000, and prior to that, it was an additional 50 when the former director left. So I think last fiscal year it was a total of 100,000 for 5 months or so.
And this new contract would begin at the end of the previously approved change order? Or this is overlapping to cover the backlog that you mentioned?
This will, this continues for fiscal year 24, right? We're anticipating for fiscal year 24, just in case. It's based on time. So at any moment, if we hire someone and we stop issuing the time, then we don't need to terminate. They don't get paid any more than what they come in. And it's based off of a pool of contracts that we already have established in their hourly rates. So this is for fiscal year 24. Looking at it, if we need them for the whole year, we would already have it allocated for the whole year. If we need it, we are going to continue to recruit, try to look to fill these positions.
Thank you.
All right. I have just a comment, and at the workshop, Commissioner Smith and I both mentioned how we wanted to bring it back to the in-house. So, yes, please. I didn't thank you for about the recoverables. I didn't think of that, Commissioner Smith, but I agree with Commissioner Smith as well.
Anybody else? All those in favor?
For the record, the standard professional services agreement that we enter into under the CCNA, which the Cordino was part of that group, has a provision that does specifically say the city has the right to terminate this agreement for convenience and for any reason or no reason, in whole or in part, upon 15 days written notice to the consultant.
Thank you. That's important.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 1, 2,
And I
5
just,
to 0.
I just want to say thank you to Cordina Group. They have done wonderful.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'd be hesitant with less than 30 minutes. We have several ordinances that are on second reading, but we do have a couple people who are here for different items. One is with regards to item 11.8, which is the task authorization for Black and Veatch. We have we have Andreas is also here with regards to the 11.6 with Olita River Crossing water main project that we need to move forward on. And we also have somebody here for 11.10, the NMB Police Department fleet replacement. And then again, the BTR receipt fees is a simple request from staff to be able to waive late fees for BTRs in which the city has not sent the invoices in the past in a timely manner. And so we just like authorization for.
And I would also be remiss if I didn't mention that I have, under the city attorney's report, 2 items. One is, in particular, is time sensitive, which is your authorization for me to settle a case that we've already had gone to mediation. I just need you all to approve that item so we can finish that out, get the releases signed, and be done with the litigation. And that is item 17.3, which is proposed resolution R 2023-109.
Okay, everybody. I'm going to say this, and when I came back to this commission, I mentioned to all of you that we used to have 2 meetings a month. Since I've been here, since November, almost a year, we've gone to 12 o'clock every time. And that's not right to the people here. That's not right to all of us. We're not finishing business with 1 meeting a month. We need to do something different. And I suggest that we go to 2 meetings a month in order to cover our business.
I agree. I'll second that.
Okay, so is
No, I was just going to say that the existing resolution in place that sets how many meetings you have has a built-in rollover date for the fourth Thursday of every month to pick up on any items that may not been approved or processed. So, it's just a matter of you all saying to staff, we're going to roll over the remaining items to that meeting date, and please schedule and send out the notice, and we'll prepare the notice and set up the meeting.
But again, Mr. Attorney, what that does is make this meeting till 12, and then we roll it over to the next meeting. So we're still defeating, when we have the 2 meetings a month, not everything gets on one agenda. It's split up between 2 agendas, and we get through it. It's just a more palatable, easy way for everybody to work. For staff, I know it's a little harder on staff because they got to prepare for 2 meetings, and I'm sorry about that. But again, timely is important. 12 o'clock every time is not fair to the people that are here. I mean, our water department, this is the 3rd time or 2nd time that she's out at the end of the agenda and maybe not getting, that's not right. I mean, we can't operate like that.
Well, the last time, Mr. Attorney, the last time we said that we needed a second meeting, it was voted down.
right.
So I don't know how if you want to ask.
Resolution, that's
Can
what
we
we'll
add,
do.
can we add this, ask the staff to prepare? What is it going to be, an ordinance that we have 2 meetings a month?
No, it would be a resolution.
A resolution that we ask the staff to prepare a resolution that when do you want to start?
Well, no, if we're going to be 3 and 3, it doesn't matter. So,
Well, how do we know? They understand that we have work to do and we're not going to stay. You know why we can't stay after midnight? Because people we're transparent. They're entitled to see how their government is run. They work tomorrow. They're not going to stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning watching our meeting. They have to be transparent. It can't be after midnight. So can we make the resolution? Can we prepare it?
Our next rollover date would be October 26th. Do we even have a vote to do that? Do we have 4 people that
I'll make a motion that we, or I'll second your motion, October 26th. Is that a motion or we just?
Yes.
Okay,
Are we able, with all due respect, are we able to take up the item of the water issue tonight? Or is that something we're going to be able to discuss tonight? Or are you guys just saying, let's end the meeting after this vote and then push everything to that date?
Well, I mean,
Say do what we can until 12, and
yeah, because we have a lot of things we have to do on October 26th. We have things we have to do now that we shouldn't be wasting time talking about this, and then.
Yeah, so can we take up the water issue when then we'll vote to?
Can we vote now?
We can do that too. We can do that, but I want to take up the water issue because I think that's one of the more, critical timing wise that we.
well, let's first see, there's a motion on the floor to make the October 26th meeting.
So moved. Oh, yes, someone already motioned it.
Yes,
Second.
it's moved and seconded.
Is there anything pressing or any holidays or anything that we don't know about? No?
Roll call vote.
Madam Clerk, any holidays or anything?
Not that I'm aware, sir.
Okay.
What day is that?
Thursday.
No, I don't know of anything.
All right.
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Joseph?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
No.
Acting Mayor Chernoff?
Yes, it passes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so first, I'm going to take Andrea, and then we're going to take Black and Veatch. I can't say the Veatch right. I got the Veatch right, and I didn't say the black.
The,
Item number?
hold on.
You've already workshopped this, right?
Yeah.
This item, so.
Yeah, we've already workshopped it, and we're waiting for a proposal from them and see what they'll do. And Andrea, you're what number? 9.8, right?
11.6 is Olita Riva.
This is the most important one you need.
Do Black and V?
Is that
So are we going to do both?
well, in 20 minutes?
It's 11.6.
If you want to do the Black and Beach first, yes.
11.6 is Olita. It's simply, it's a procurement item. The project has already been designed, and we just need the city commission approval to authorize execution of the contract.
Move to approve.
Second.
I need to read the title of the resolution.
Go ahead.
Record. It's resolution number 2023-89, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a design-build agreement between the city and David Mancini and Sons, Inc., in an estimated budgeted amount of $500,000 for the Olita River Crossing Water Main Replacement Project, subject to budget appropriation availability of funds, authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
I'll be the one to move to approve it.
Second.
Any citizens have anything to say about it? Public hearing closed. Call the roll.
No, she has to explain it.
Does she?
Yeah.
Do you need her to explain it? It's $1.5 million that's needed to do a project.
People are at home.
It's part of the pre-approved CIP, the $106 million system-wide projects that have already been approved. We already brought it for negotiations. Now we're awarding the contract. It's a design build for a water main.
All right. Can I call the question?
You can call the question.
Madam Clerk.
Roll call.
It's a resolution. We can do a voice vote.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now Brighton Beach, and then you again.
Black.
Black and Beach.
Black and Beach.
So Black and Beach is also the item that we discussed in the work order, in the workshop, is the work order number 4.
Acting Mayor? I'm sorry, Miss Andrea. We should read the 11.8, read the title into the record.
Move to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Resolution number R 2023-91, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving work order number 4 and authorizing the issuance of a notice to proceed relating to work order number 4 to Black & Veatch Corporation to provide ongoing program management and staff augmentation, an amount not to exceed $4,222,763. Authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's error, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Black & Veatch, you were here a couple days ago. You were going to see what you could do with your numbers. Have you come up with anything?
Yes, there has been a reduction in the original cost, which was 4.2, which was the original resolution. Then they went down to 4.09. Now, if you see, it's going to be at 3.9. So 3.9 is the work order request for 1 year, not to exceed amount, time and materials, similar to everything. If we hire people.
So for the same scope of work, not reducing any work, well, thank you very much.
No, they're not taking the percentage?
So they reduced their percentage on the COLA that they had originally put there. So now the work order that was $4 million is now 3.9 something.
And what's the
3.9.
percentage they reduced?
What was the percentage reduced?
From what to what?
I'll put it here.
Provided you.
3.972 from 4.09.
So as you can see on the screen,
Our name for the record?
my name is Charles Mosley. I am the Regional Director of Public Infrastructure Programs for Black & Veatch, accountable for programs across the U.S. East Coast. When we originally proposed Work Order 4, which I think is worth noting that this is year 4 of a 5-year continuing services agreement that you authorized and approved back in 2020. For this 4th year of that 5-year continuing services agreement, we'd originally proposed $4.9 million, as you can see. And we wanted to plot for you both in terms of the overall value of Work Order 4, as well as the average cost per dollar of labor, how effective your staff were at negotiating down. So you can see that we started in the original proposal at 4.9 mil. That then came down in round 2 to 4.3, and the average cost per hour dropped to 177. We are now at 3.972, million, with an average cost per hour of labor of $170 an hour. So your staff has been quite effective at looking after.
So you had originally asked for 6% COLA increase. What are you asking for now?
Under contract, the contract enshrines that CPI, the increases to the contract can be affected yearly. We've foregone the first year. The second year, we're only asking for the 3% that's enshrined by the contract.
Okay. Questions from my colleagues?
And I'd just like to clarify for the public, everyone knows the macroeconomic situation that we've had over the last few years. So this is almost a tenth of what we were seeing.
I have 2 questions, please. Have you changed your price from the presentation last Thursday till tonight?
Yes, we heard you loud and clear, Madam Commissioner, and we dropped the price to 3.9 million, so that we dropped from...
Like $1 million?
No, it wasn't $1 million, it was not 100,000.
It was $4,099,795. What had originally been proposed last month was $4,222,763.
So from Thursday till now?
From Thursday to now, it's now dropped to $3,972,000.
And let me ask you one more question so that you and I can be on the same page.
Yes, ma'am.
If our staff would only need 1 engineer, or our staff, whatever you do, I have no idea, clean the tank, and you don't need 3 men to clean the tank, you only need 1. Does this money come down and we can change it weekly, we could change it monthly where your contract would adjust?
Madam, from day one, we have been committed to the transition of NMB. Let me be 100% clear. So this money is your money. You control it. We don't control it.
Well, I
work for an hours base, so we will work with you 100% on transition. As your people come in, our people will transition out.
So that's why I wanted you to put that on record and ask our head of the department to please understand that now it all falls on you. And that's what I've been trying to tell the manager. You can't blame these companies, these corporations. We have to blame ourselves. And so that, if this is too much of a budget, we need you. We need you. But the goal is for us not to have you. So don't feel bad, it's not you personally. You know that our goal is, and that's all across the board. So that's why it's very important for me to have that right on record.
We've known that from day one, Madam, and we are happy to incorporate any members of NMB, any new employees into the program, give them on-the-job training, show them in the SOPs, and transition our people out. So
No, it's directing it towards the manager, to make sure that the manager does his role and make sure that the manager makes a priority. All the priorities we have in Washington Park, everything's a priority, but I think hiring staff and reducing our cost and having more control from our city is a real priority. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam.
Anybody else?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the effort after this last meeting that we had to make sure that, I'm assuming all my colleagues had the same opportunity to receive a lot more information about this and to go in depth. So, the money is our money. We don't have to use it all. That was one of my concerns, that if we allocate a certain amount of money, that, it's automatically given to Black and Veatch, but that's not the case. And so I support this item. Thank you.
And I want to thank you, you're a gentleman. You did say you would come back, and you came back, and we do appreciate that. All right, there's a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I think it already was, wasn't it?
Oh, never mind, yeah.
It was for discussion, so
Okay.
do we need a roll call or a voice?
Voice vote.
Voice vote, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-1.
5-1.
5-1.
That's amended to reflect the lower amount.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, and the resolution was updated this afternoon.
Okay, what else do we need to do, Mr. Manager?
We have the police enterprise.
Police, let's do the
fleet,
police.
which is a relatively simple
Well, what number is that one?
Number?
11.10.
Thank you.
Okay, someone want to introduce resolution number R 2023-107.
I'll introduce it.
Second.
Resolution number R 2023-107, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an agreement between the city and Enterprise Fleet Management, Inc. to furnish and facilitate a fleet replacement program for the North Miami Beach Police Department in an estimated annual budgeted amount of $595,743. Authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor and Commissioners, if I may, essentially this was something that the city started taking a look at. We had fallen behind as a city with replacement of our fleet vehicles. We were initially going to look at over $1 million cost for about 20 vehicles. Either Chief or Major Nichols might be best just to confirm. But then we took a look at possibly leasing these vehicles, spreading that cost out. So in an individual year, instead of spending over $1 million on 20 vehicles, we're looking at at 42 vehicles over the next 5 years. At the end of this lease agreement, we own the vehicles. I want to make sure that's clear. We own those vehicles, and we will continue to rotate our fleet. This really catches us up quite a bit. I don't know if it's completely, but it does catches us up on our fleet. And also, Enterprise has worked with us during this negotiation. They will also be working with us to certify our fleet department. So we will now have a certified the mechanics and all, which will then coincide, which is a further cost recovery, or not cost recovery, reduction overall. Instead of having to go to a garage for any type of repairs or oils or stuff, we keep all that in-house as we've been doing. So this really does put us at an advantage, and hopefully it increases the morale of our police department as well, because we've got 42 new vehicles. Is there anything else? Yeah.
Can I call the question?
Yeah, call the question.
I'm calling the question.
Okay. This is a resolution also. All those in favor?
Aye.
We did it at the workshop already.
Calling the question.
I didn't have a question.
Go ahead.
There's one vehicle that I actually saw today, the K9 unit sergeant. I don't know his name. I couldn't see who it belonged to from a distance, but this vehicle seems to date back probably 5 iterations ago when we went to black and white vehicles. Is this part of that, or does he just not want another vehicle?
He really loves the vehicle. No.
Oh, okay. Because
this would replace those type of vehicles with newer vehicles.
Yeah, because there's been several replacements since that particular model, and I noticed that today, and I'm wondering why is it that has not been upgraded through the past, I don't know, 10 years since we've had.
So the K9 vehicles are not a part of, sorry about that. The K9 vehicles are not a part of this. They're actually being outfitted right now. They were a part of our 2022 vehicle. That's just haven't come in, but they're coming in now. So the K9 vehicles are on.
So the one that I saw would be replaced based on your 2022 allocation for new vehicles?
Yes.
That are coming in at this time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Question's been called. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Last thing that we're going to do is, John, you had something you needed us to do?
If I could get the council to introduce resolution number R 2023-109.
I make the introduction.
Second.
Make the motion.
Resolution number R 2023-109, entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a settlement agreement, mutual release in the litigation style Jenny Pierre as parent and next friend of minor ZD versus City of North Miami Beach, pending in the Circuit Court of the 11th Judicial Circuit in and for Miami-Dade County, Florida, case number 19-15012 CA01. Paren 04, close parens, authorizing the appropriate city officials to execute said settlement agreement and mutual release, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This commission may recall, maybe not, that this case went to mediation actually a number of months back. And we've only been now able to actually put it on the agenda for the approval. The settlement amount is approximately $11,000 in exchange for that sum of money. The plaintiff will give us an absolute release, which is provided, I think, as part of the backup that I can provide, but it's standard release. We ask your approval of this resolution. 17.3? Yes. Okay. Item 17.3.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Did it already.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
And I ask that you all do the appointments, 13.1 and 13.2, reappointing Stanley Brown to the Eastern Shores First Edition Security Guard Special Tasking District.
Motion to appoint Stanley Brown to the Eastern Shore.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And 13.2, appointing Alicia Acosta DeVito to the Education Committee.
I make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to table till the 26th, right?
Yeah.
That's the items.
Move to
Adjourn.
table.
The remainder of the agenda items to the meeting on the 26th?
Yep.
Only,
Motion to,
only.
only.
Right.
Yeah, it's a special call for, just for these purposes.
What did you say? Only?
That's because we're rolling everything over.
Just what's left. Thank you so much,
I'm
Commissioners.
not questioning you. I didn't hear you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you all.
That was an adjournment?
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right.
So move. Done.
Well, we didn't vote. We have to,
All in favor?
all in favor?
All in favor? Aye.
I didn't even bring up that it went from $1 million to $1.5 million for that.
We didn't really motion.
I didn't even bring that up to save you time.
Thank you.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, we do.